I am told it is time to begin. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 5th edition of the annual Reliability Seminar, organized by the Régie de l'Énergie. For those of you who do not know me, which must be the majority of you, my name is Esther Falardeau, and I'm currently acting president of the Régie de l'Énergie. So I'd like to start the day by introducing the Régie team that worked on organizing today's event. I will begin by introducing the members of the Régie de l'Énergie's monitoring team. In front of me is Mrs. Laurentia. Oh, and I apologize in advance for any names I may mispronounce. So, Mrs. Laurentia Dumitrescu, Anne-Marie Sauvageau, Philippe Hérault, Christian Cruz Sanchez, organized today's event. And of course, Sophie Giner, who is the Assistant Director General of the Monitoring and Special Projects Division, who may be here, but is hiding in a corner. Mr. Benjamin Bourque, who is in charge of communications at the Régie, and who will be taking photos today. So you'll know what's going on if you find yourself with a camera. And also not least, Philippe Doyon, who is the Director General, Planning and Regulation at the Régie de l'Énergie. We also have with us Mireille Leroux and Alexandre Régie, who will ensure that the day runs smoothly. I am happy to welcome you today, and I would like to extend a special thanks to the speakers who have agreed to give presentations throughout the day. I have looked over the list of presentations, and I think it's going to be a very interesting day. We are fortunate to have with us today people from the NPCC who will be giving 4 presentations, which will be delivered by Mrs. Kimberly Griffith, who may not be in the room yet. Melissa Saedeleer, Mr. David Guerra, and Brian Robinson. Also joined by Mrs. Magnus from NERC and Mrs. Veronica Dasher from NPCC, which and Christian from the Régie will present relevant updates on mandatory reliability standards. We will also hear from Hydro-Quebec, which will be here as Quebec's reliability coordinator, represented by Mr. Junji Yamaguchi, Pascal, and Sermad Bedawi. We also welcome Raphael Fournier and Alexandre Jean from the Ministry of Cybersecurity and Digital Technology, who are participating in this annual seminar for the first time. During the day, you will hear about cyber threats affecting the public sector and the energy sector. You will also hear about certain reliability standards that are currently under active monitoring. You will hear about expectations when reporting non-compliance or submitting data related to the implementation of a specific standard. So we will cover a wide range of topics, including the regional development process for a reliability standard, an introduction to the concept of risk compliance, and a topical issue concerning large loads and their impact on networks. And we will also discuss the practical flow of shared information on cybersecurity and physical security. There will also be an overview of the future activities of the Penalties Committee. But above all, you will hear about transmission network reliability. This is a field that is constantly evolving, growing, and it is a field that requires rigor and commitment from everyone. And I have seen this rigor and commitment on the part of the people at the Régie de l'Énergie who work on transmission network monitoring and reliability. So I have that Mr. Sanchez share with you a few housekeeping items about today. I sincerely thank you for being here, whether in person or online, and I wish you a very good day. Thank you very much for your opening remarks. Hello, everyone. I'm Jean-Claude Sanchez, Economic Regulation Specialist at the Régie. And now it's my turn to welcome you to this 5th edition of the annual Reliability Seminar. Throughout the day, I will be facilitating the transitions between presentations, but before we begin, I have a few housekeeping items to mention. Let's start with 6. In the event by fire or evacuation of the building, for those attending in person, I invite you to exit through the front or rear and follow the emergency exit signs. There's one just to my left, if I'm not mistaken. I would like to remind you that simultaneous interpretation is available from French to English and English to French. So listen to the presentations in the language of your choice. We'll have a mix of presentations in French and English. Please feel free to use the service so you don't miss anything. For participants on site, you can use the headsets provided at the back next to the technical desk. If you use them, please return them there before leaving. Unfortunately, they are not souvenirs. For remote participants, you can choose your preferred language by clicking on the interpretation icon with a globe on Zoom. So that's it for the simultaneous interpretation service. I would also like to inform you that there will be a 5 to 10 minute question period at the end of each presentation. My colleague, Laurentia, will be handling this. We will first take questions from the room. So please raise your hand so that my colleague, Alexandre, can give you the microphone before you speak. We will then move on to questions from remote participants. And the questions should be posted in the Q&A section on Zoom and not in the chat. It's important not to confuse the two. The only way to submit your questions remotely is through the Q&A feature on Zoom, so that Laurentia can relay them afterwards. If we do not get to your question due to time constraints, we will make sure to answer it after the event and make the answers available to all participants. To this end, please identify yourself on Zoom if you ask a question. And now, let's get down to business. The first presentation of the day is on a topic related to the reliability of the transmission network. The Ministry of Cybersecurity and Digital Technology, or MCN, will provide relevant context to put into perspective compliance with critical infrastructure protection standards, or commonly known as CIP standards, which deal with cybersecurity. The MCN's work is carried out in parallel with the activities of the mandatory standards regime, while contributing to raising awareness of the cyber risks that are common to our realities. Without further ado, I'll give the floor to Raphael Fournier, Head of the Integration and Steering Division at the Cyberdefence Operations Center, and Alexandre Jean, who I understand will not be here today. So it will just be Raphael Fournier, who will talk about cyber threats, the public and energy sectors in 2025, and the role of cyber surveillance.
Bonjour. Vous me le dites si j'ai tendance à bouger.
Good morning. I tend to move away from the mic. I apologize. Patrick Fournier. I'll be alone today. My colleague Alexandre has had an incident. I included some information on this incident. Today, I would like to tell you about this government cybersecurity work focused on the energy aspect and to see more about this related subject to reliability. I'm sorry. Now, I would like to thank ChatGPT for the pictures. My role within the MCN is to manage a SOC, the Security Operations Center, a group that provides 24/7 coverage. We'll deal with these alerts, we'll manage them to ensure full coverage. Mr. Jean is my boss. He covers the general direction of everything that concerns cybersecurity. To be transparent with you, currently at the MCN, we overview 15 to 16,000 users 24/7. We talk about over 5,000 servers, 20,000 workstations that are monitored by us. Quickly now, I'll tell you about what we do, what are the threats on a daily basis. Then I'll give you a broader context. We have agreements with the federal government. I think that there are relevant statistics there. And I would like to provide you with concrete examples on how to protect ourselves. That's the word of the day, how to ensure reliability. I tend to not read the slides. If sometimes you have questions, English, French, I can try in Portuguese as well. I'll be saying a lot of words, and I'll start to make sure everybody is on the same wavelength. A cyber threat, for me, it is something that has not occurred. It is an attack, a threat. It is an attack vector that has not come to fruition yet, but could be a threat actor. That is the individual who will try to carry out this malicious action. An event of interest, I tend to confuse the word alert and event of interest. It is essentially the same thing. An event of interest, it is an alert that has not been confirmed yet, but for us today, it will be the same thing. An incident, it is a proven alert. It is an attempt, an attack that has occurred. And of course, cyber surveillance, that is the process that is carried out by my team. We manage alerts when they come in, these events of interest, we analyze them, we see if there has been compromise or not. Now, the cybersecurity threat landscape. This is a very busy slide. Don't be alarmed. There are two things that are most important, alerts and incidents. Why am I showing this picture? When there is an attack, we must do some reconnaissance. There will be an attempt of an initial access. The classical example is the text, that we get from our bank, money that we haven't redeemed yet. The hacker will find the phone number, will send a text message, and if you click, then you end up in the next step. The hacker will try to pursue the attack. I'll often be talking about alerts and incident. I wanted to let you know where these items stand in the timeline of an attack. I like this slide. I'll spend a few minutes on this. I'll tell you why. We tend to believe that hackers are few young people in somebody's basement, their parents' basement, but no, they are organized. There's an attack methodology, and to start with the why they attacked energy, public-private organizations is important. Cybercrime, that means money. 56% of the time, they are doing this attack for financial reasons. There's hacktivism as well. 28% of attacks are due to hacktivism. A group of actors, an individual actor that doesn't like your cause, does not agree with your cause, and they try to harm your organization. Generally speaking, when we talk to customers, it is the most striking one. We don't expect that a third of attacks come from organizations that wanted to harm the nation, your organization. Cyber espionage now, well, that's our competitors in the country, national competitors, international competitors. These are people who operate in the same sector. In a former life, it can happen in Quebec. In a former life, I was a pen tester. I was testing applications and websites, infrastructure to find common, like a hacker would do. And we've had proposals, my colleagues and I, from papers writing to us if we could try to hack other competitive journals to see their scoops and to have ready-made articles. Of course, we refused. This is being taped, but it does happen in Quebec. 14% of attacks, 2% cyber warfare. These are countries that want to harm other countries, nations, people who are more structured, not necessarily your organization is the target. It's broader than that. Still, it tells us why hackers are attacking your organization. And these stats come from what we get when we can deduce the cause, which is unfortunately not the case. Why are public organizations targeted? Why are energy organizations being targeted? Organizations that are of critical importance for the government. Well, first, we are highly valued. Let's just think about Hydro-Quebec, organizations that provide essential things, the critical networks. You can understand that for hackers, these are systems that, generally speaking, from what I understand, the harm couldn't be null. So it is a very good target. Two, massive volumes of sensitive data. Of course, you have sensitive data, and that can have different meanings. In your case, I guess that there's, in the energy sector, there's consumption data, contacts, and as well, there's the attack surface. You have partners, providers of all sorts. You have colleagues, you have other partners. Therefore, this network, if someone can infiltrate it, is of great value. They can move from one organization to the next. I would like to tell you about the impact. What are the trends that we observe at the MCN, at the ministry? I'll tell you about a few stats we've seen on the customers that we monitor. There's the word successful. What does it mean? It is an attack where there was data exfiltration or data encryption. On average, the cost in Canada of a successful attack is $5 million in human resource, time, technical resources, and for the recovery after the attack. It's a big figure. What we see in Canada, it's more expensive compared to the rest of North America. We don't have a lot of comparisons, but when there is data exfiltration, it can cost on average in Canada, and this stats is backed by other provinces with whom we've talked, $7 million to recover and to reduce harm to a minimum level. This is a security conference, so we have to talk about AI, and we can see it. There is a lot of things happening. There's many improvements regarding phishing, for example. AI allowed to step up the game in terms of content, credible scenarios. I'll show you a few, but this was massive for hackers. Ransomware, data exfiltration, always a dominant theme in major incidents. 50% of incidents that we experience have an exfiltration attempt or data encryption attempt. It's massive. This is the main cause in both cases. It brings us back to the why. For money, 72% of businesses were impacted by ransomware. That is a statistic that is self-declared. The federal government gathers that information. To be transparent with you, I think it's higher, far higher, but it doesn't mean that the ransomware, it's a virus that encrypts data, has been exploited. Most organizations in Canada experience ransomware attacks, sophisticated attacks, and it leads to major harm. Now, if you good human protections, IT protections, that risk can be mitigated, but yet it happens. The cost of exfiltration increased by 15% in the past 3 years. When I talk about the cost, it's not the human cost. It's rather the cost that the hackers will ask for. The ransom, when hackers took out data 3 years ago, they would ask for X, and year after year it goes up, X plus 15%. Hackers will ask more money for you to recover data than if they had done the same attack a few years back. Those are our MCN stats. I would like to tell you about these. These are not shocking, but in 2024, there were 238 phishing incidents when one gets a text message, a call, somebody and tries to force an action in something, either open up a link, a file, provide a username, password. There were 238 incidents that were successful almost once a day on our 15,000 users. Somebody clicks on a file. In 2025, for the time being, as of yesterday or last week, there were 228. As you can see, it's on a daily basis. There are two individuals whose sole job is to contact users who were a phishing victim. Sometimes they don't even know themselves, and to retrace with them what was done. In the left table, it's just to illustrate the quantity, 345,000 mails with a virus were received in the past year. Actually, 345,000 monthly that were blocked. You know, do the math. If there are 15,000 users, how many are you in your organization? You'll get the average. Most are blocked by anti-spam and so on. But if there's 1% or even 0.5% that gets into the inbox, it's a huge number. So we might invest hundreds of millions of dollars in the best security equipments, but if there's a small number of emails with the virus that gets in and the user is not able to detect something malicious, the impact can be huge. So at the MCN, over 3,000 per month. At the bottom, malicious emails. We confirm manually that there is malicious content. We talk about 92.6 that can go in. The difference is major. Our tools work relatively well. Still, it's more than 3 per day that get in and that are confirmed as being malicious by the monitoring team. To the right, the quantity of files with malicious code. The files are being executed with the content that is blocked by our tools, on average 561. This is a concrete example. There was one yesterday. A developer was trying to improve a system. He downloaded a file from the web. It goes through all of our system, all good. And when the code is executed, the system detects it. So 561 on average monthly, just to give you an idea. It arrives probably on a daily basis in your own organizations. We have certain stats regarding OP. The stats follow the same curve. It gives you an idea of the magnitude of this. Last statistic, the quantity of positions involved, 33 different positions on a monthly basis. So the same people often. There are many files, but a few positions. So generally speaking, in a given organization, without targeting anyone, it happens often that the same individuals will lead to numerous incidents. So we have to keep that in mind in terms of monitoring cybersecurity. You know, sometimes we say, oh, no worries, we provide additional access, but if that is the person who's caught all the time, it can have a major impact. Now, energy OP, 3 examples, actually 2, and the standard on the market from what we see amongst our partners. The first company is an anonymous one. It's an energy infrastructure. This is not it's a company that supports some energy infrastructure. We got their stats. They say that they have an average 150 users. I won't go into details, and they have actual high alerts, 6 actual high alerts. These alerts are not blocked. They get into the end user. They are manually caught by the cybersecurity team. So 6 actual alerts, viruses, malicious codes, for example. They have 4 phishing alerts per month, concrete ones. People click and they get caught with this phishing. it gives you an idea of the order of magnitude. To the right, it's just statistically speaking, but generally, if these stats are reliable, every 2 years, there should be one major incident causing 1.35 million in terms of harm, according to these statistics. And there's another company, a private one, with whom I worked in the past. When I was doing my intrusion tests, I asked them if they were ready to share some statistics with us. They said yes. They service the technological aspect of a company that operates in the oil and water sector on their territory. They have 450 employees, and they go through 21 high alerts in the past year. We didn't know this, but when we asked a month before, they had gone through a major incident. A hacker infiltrated their system, was able to deploy amongst their customers some code. So they used a service provider. They used the person helping other clients in the petroleum and water sector to infiltrate the system. So they moved about throughout all of the customers. That's what you hear me talking about. That's the they try and find one point of entry.
Je l'ai ramené sur 100. Les statistiques du fédéral ne sont pas sur les mêmes choses, mais quand on parle si on le ramène sur 100...
Taking a look at the statistics, we bring everything down to 100. The federal said that they get 3 to 4 high alert monthly per hundreds of users that you have. And these are alerts that are not blocked, and some 2 to 2.25 of alerts monthly. If you calculate all of this, you'll see the level of risk, and I certainly hope that you trust your cyber monitoring teams. Now, talking about AI now, these are 2 things that you have to consider. Is first of all, take a look at the emails with lots of grammatical errors and so on and so forth, and strange messages and so on. But now it is very well established. We no longer talk about French mistakes or English writing mistakes or so on. Lots of people copy things from ChatGPT, so it is easier to get feasible scenarios and so on. If you want to take a look at someone from ChatGPT, you can ask a question and say who are the partners, the technical partners, suppliers, and if you're planning some phishing, it could give you a credible scenario. The other thing, let me give you a 101 class in a few seconds. Generally, a virus could be caught by a signature, and the signature would get the virus. But now it has some chains and so on, so it is caught by an antivirus software. But if it is sequential, using the same modes and so on now, it will take some break at times. So traditionally, virus catcher, will have a difficult time doing their task. Now, let me show you something that is scary, but it is something that we observe. So this is the time from the initial access to the infiltration of the hacker. So we talk about 30 days between the initial access to the execution of the attack. Now, if we are at 4 right now in 2025, it is a major thing. So we used to keep 2 years of data And we had to see 2 or 2 months and a half behind when was the entry point. But now pirates are so fast between infiltration and execution. It is not as relevant to keep those data. So now hackers are not forced to develop their own virus and attacks. They can go through consulting firms that will develop the virus to them and rent it. To them, they could say, "Hey, I will pay you XYZ amount of money and give me a virus that will act on such an environment for, during 30, 40, or 60 days until it doesn't work anymore." And they are, be aware of this, service providers for hackers. Now, people did not want me to put this in my presentation, and just want to give you a general idea. We're talking about several trillions of dollars that represent the hacking industry globally. So, and there are other things like gambling and so on that, it is more than what other activities can give you on a yearly basis. It's not the usual hacker, working undergrounds, but in high tower buildings, actually. So we talked about the why and the time, and we're not. This is not a political debate. The federal government talked about it. Just want to show you now who it is. Now, the first group here is the People's Liberation Army Unit 61398. It is a Chinese group. It is real. It exists. We have a picture that we think is represents the location of the high-story building, and they want to attack the country everywhere. The modus operandi, as I could show you, is that these are various assumptions. We have no proof for all this. On the right-hand side, you have Russia also that have their own building. There was Iran also that was indicated by the federal government. But these are the main actors. And when we're talking about state or organization, it is very quiet. The objective is on a very long term. They don't want to get your sensible data, right away to make some money. But they could stay on to your sites for a long time. I can tell you that I was some year ago monitoring some activities, and that some of our data was being copied and sold on the dark market, and we realized that this occurrence actually initiated 3 years and a half, the infiltration of a hacker, and we presume how it was done back then. So in a context of energy grid, which is critical for a country and nation, and also your organizations, these are flagrant detections that should be made. On the right-hand side, they support several groups that will make an attempt, and I put it up here, but it's rather critical information that they're looking for. They want to have access to some information in order to use it. Also, we talked about the why, the how, and here you can take a look at the different uses. So thank you. There are two other players, what we call script kiddies. These are groups like that are about my age that will test vulnerabilities and so on. Now, let's talk about schools and students that will attempt to use a server. So the ones that are looking for an easy gain, actually. And then we've talked about activists. You can see the ones wearing this mask that you see at the on the right side, extreme right. And then I'd like to talk about the who. And let me show you. I'm sorry. Uh, the timeline of an attack, for example. And this is when a hacker has an access to A and they want to access B, C, D, and E. They do not look after only one intrusion, but several ones. Now, I was telling you that we're talking about an incident that took place, and it probably will happen to you sooner or later. It is a true email of a person that is being monitored, part of an organization that is being monitored also. It is not a false person it's a person that was hacked, and we don't know when, and it sends out the same email, taking possession of the account A, reading in the message the last 100 person with whom the person communicated and used that to send this kind of email. It contains almost nothing, but it contains this up here, and I say I'm sharing you safely this document, and you know, this is the size and so on. This is only the weird part. It is a real email, a real person occupying a managerial position and so on. I do not remember the exact number of emails that were generated, 110 or 115 emails, and clicked on the link because these were persons with whom that lady had communicated in the past month. So it generated emails. What happened when you click on the link? The hackers are no fools. If I send them out to a strange website, people are not going to look at this. And so they simply put some false document. You can scroll it down, up, everywhere in the document. Everything is blurred. And so you can take a look at this, and it says no document. When you get there, it brings you to a Microsoft page with an URL that is very similar to Microsoft one. And, there's a slight letter missing or changed. So this gave us a page on the right-hand side, and we looked at it only 2 hours after the email was sent, and he had the opportunity, that hacker, to get all of the different information, and then the monitoring takes place, and when we got there, there were no longer any malicious content. It simply disappeared. But it was a content on the left-hand side that showed in the first time. And this is how we caught that person, a person that downloaded the document instead of clicking on the link, and the antivirus program caught that and it said, "Oh, that's weird. In my OneDrive, I see a document that I've never seen before, and I want to draw your attention to this." This is not a critical alert. There's no incident. No one called the coordinating agent, but it just looked very strange. Then following this, we took a look at the initial email of the person where it was sent to, and we saw that there was a connection coming from Spain on the person's account. So what do the incident coordinators did? What happened? I called the person up and they asked the question, "Are you in Spain?" And the person answered, "No, we're in Quebec." So we're talking about only 2 hours after the initial email was sent. So clearly, someone had access to an email account, and therefore we cut the person's account and deleted all of the emails. We did the backtrack of all of the persons, and we had other incidents. And just to tell you, if that person would have had access to some documents or administrative rights, could have created false accounts, and it would have become a mice hunter. Finally, what we have is what we call the detection of exfiltration of data. That's the DLP. So if that hacker would have stolen sensitive information, for example, or anything else, uh, you know, this is a person. I would have said this is a real person. Why, would I beware of that person? But this is how hackers work. Now, when we're talking about external systems, think about your websites and so on. If you have invested large amounts to protect them, are the human resources good? Are you confident in those human resources? So let's say that there is a different use. For example, hacker. Do you have the kind of intrusion that goes from A to B, B to C, and so on? This is once a malicious actor has gained initial access. How could it progress? Thirdly, consequences of a successful attack, and what would the prejudice be? Attacks are more frequent. And let me tell you also that the time between intrusion and implementation is very, very fast. We cannot say, let's take a look at the alert only tomorrow. You have to be reactive and rapidly. So the attacks are always more advanced and in need of monitoring. I'll go quickly because I've spoken for too long. So let's take a look at Swiss cheese, for example. What happens? There are different layers of security. We want to have a proper layer or sequence of layers, not only one layer. This is how the castles were built, a gate, and then there are other layers in order to get to something very efficient as far as monitoring is concerned. Let me show you the technical way it goes and how rapidly it gets to their end. Here, you have to be reactive. You have to keep your eyes on the consoles to catch the hacker rapidly. For example, we identified rapidly a Hampson ransomware also, and we have to take a look at this. So in 2 days, it becomes a buzz of the business, technically speaking, rebuilding, and also there's it's not cheap. I can tell you that they're usually very severe. So what does it take to go on with monitoring? Three things. We have to take a look at what we're monitoring. So it's the most boring part, the more difficult one is to have an inventory of what we have, and this is a necessary part. And the other thing is the categorization and risk analysis. Now, if we take a look at this, and when we're talking about risk analysis, what are we protecting ourselves? Again, this is it is perhaps not proper to spend millions of dollars or something, but if I have millions of users online, maybe you should spend more money. So you must categorize risk. And what is the threat model? What do you do? Who could be against you? What are you exposed to as far as risks are concerned? I took a look at that. There were 400 and more employees. No email were coming out of that. Only one person from one email. The solution was that no one could send over the 400 email users would be allowed to write outside. The threat model was measured that way, and the security measure was to operate that way. Now, let me summarize you simply over here. It is scary. When we are proceeding with cyber monitoring, we take a look at the logs, the connection logs. It could be the logs indicating what the users do also. It is strange that an email would open a Word document opening some order lines. Normally, it does not do that. So if I have no visibility as to what the applications do, if I have no logs whatsoever, we cannot read all day all of the what is being done. Actually, at the ministry, we are at a large number of logs that get there. So then we have correlation alerts actually for the management of tickets. If more than 100 per hour, there's an alert, and then the monitoring agency says, it is impossible that one opens 100 emails per hour. So this is when we get an alert, and then we have the persons monitoring people. That all of this will be treated by a person that will be there physically 24 hours on 24, and I do not believe in automating the monitoring of it. Now, what happens? We are currently monitoring some ministries and organizations. We're getting to a broader use of it. If you have any questions, we're looking on the public sector also. We have our pricing. The pricing is intended to be based on the number of active users, like the JICA discount per volume, actually. So in public organizations, well, not all of them could afford that. So between you and I, we're the Ministry of Cyber Safety or Security, and we're trying to do this jointly with potential clients. I'd like to summarize it by saying we have to provide support 24/7. And in order to get that, you have to know what's critical, what has to be monitored, and there must be a protocol to indicate correlations, proceedings, and so on, and use the right resources. So that's all as far as I'm concerned. Thank you very much. A question over here. Well, thank you very much, Raphael. Very interesting and scary at the same time. Are there any questions in this room? Please, if you have any questions, uh, my colleague Alexandre will bring the mic to you. Here we go.
Bonjour, merci beaucoup.
Bonjour.
Très belle présentation.
Hello, and thank you very much. Beautiful presentation. I was curious, you said you've succeeded in the blocking and it cost almost $5 million. But what is the percentage of your success over here? I don't have the stat with me, but what I can tell you is that generally there are different levels of succeeding. If they steal some files, but we catch them in time, we can also say that we have succeeded. But if we go ahead and let the hacker play around, I don't have the stats as far as we have succeeded in stopping him. Well, it's perhaps more important. So the reason why my colleague is not here is that we had an account that was hacked. It sent out hundreds of emails. We've communicated with them, and it wasn't a client that we were monitoring, but a provider. So we're working on this. That's it. Thank you. Any other question, Alexandre?
Oui, bonjour. Dans les exemples que vous donnez dans votre
Yes,
courriel,
hello. In the examples that you're showing to us, with the 100 of emails, could we identify and make a distinct a difference between that email, or was it sent directly from the right email box? Yes, it was really done this way. Yeah. The real solution would be to ask ourselves the question is, why am I being sent such an email? In this case that I showed you, it was a payment notice. I've never received any in the past 5 years personally. So, think about this before clicking on it. Perhaps, you put your hat as an auditor, for example. Why would I be asked to answer to that? But it was a very good question. It was coming from the real email address. Thank you.
English okay?
Yes, sure.
Good morning. Thanks for your presentation. On slide 11, you had some statistics with respect to the cost, specifically between the electric electric sector and oil and I think water.
Yeah.
And on the right column, you had a 1.35 million for electric versus 2 million for. Is that an average, or is that one specific incident?
This was an average regarding, I think, the last 5 years that they were victims to incidents. So they just added it all up regarding, I think it's this one?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
yes.
yeah, so the question may be, do you have any insights on why the cost differences between these sectors?
For this example specific, it's purely because of the size of the business. So in the second slide, there's more users, so the cost of their incident would be higher because they probably hold more data, more access to things. This was purely statistic-wide. I did not put it because I didn't want to put them out there. I can say it. The second company, the one that manages the infrastructures for others in the energy sector, they have not been victim to an incident in the past 3 years. But if you go back 4 years, there was an incident, a ransomware that costed them above $3 million to put back all their clients up to where they were before the ransomware. Because you have to see it as a central unit, the second company, that manages the computers for energy sector's businesses, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Il n'y a plus de questions. dans la salle. Donc, ceci conclut la période
No
de
other
questions.
question? So this is the end of the question period. Thank you very much, Raphael.
Parfait. Donc, nous remercions Raphaël pour cette entrée en matière pertinente à notre séminaire. Maintenant, nous allons prendre une première pause. Je vous encourage à descendre au premier étage à l'atrium que nous avons réservé pour l'occasion.
This closes the first part. We invite you to go to the break for coffee and some good. So back here at 10%. Thank you.
Parfait. Donc, nous sommes de retour et nous allons reprendre avec la prochaine présentation.
We're going to start again with the next training. Thank you, everyone, for welcoming David Guerra, Senior CIP Analyst, NPCC. He'll talk about the CIP-003-8 R2 in practice.
I'm going to ask him right away. So this is next, back, pointer, don't press.
All right, thank you so much for that introduction. My name is David Guerra. I'm a senior CIP analyst with NPCC. And today I'll be presenting on CIP-3, specifically R2. So before I begin, why is CIP-3 important? Or especially why is CIP-3 R2 important? All the other CIP standards cover medium and high impact assets. CIP-3 is the only one that covers low impact assets. You might be asking yourselves, well, if they're low impact, why do we need to do anything for them? They're low impact. They shouldn't do anything to the grid. And the truth is that, like, while these assets are low impact, if enough of them are compromised, they could cause instability or any risk to the grid. So that's why we should be protecting these assets. All right, today we're going to be talking about CIP-3-8 R2, specifically attachment 1, which is all the requirements for the low impact assets. We're going to be looking at the changes coming with CIP-3-9. We're going to identify some resources that you all can use for guidance on implementing cybersecurity plans. And then at the end, we'll have some time for some questions and answers. Also, throughout the presentation, I'm going to have some questions to kind of keep this interactive, kind of keep you guys engaged, and also to make sure everybody's awake and paying attention to me. So before we start and get into the details, I have one question, real easy one. If you were paying attention to me a little while ago, you should know the answer to this one. Which RTP cyber system levels does CIP-3-8 R2 apply to? We can just do a quick raise of the hands. Does anybody think medium or high impact? Anybody? No? Does anybody think all of the above? One guy? Two? All right. Does anybody think low impact? A few? All right. So for all of the above, yes, CIP-3-8 applies to all of the different levels, but specifically R2 applies to low impact. All right. So before we get into it, when we talk about the purpose of a standard, right, we're reminded of like these concepts called the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. The concept of the letter of the law, right, refers to like a strict interpretation of a law or a requirement. An example of this would be something like a speed limit, on a street, right? You can't go 50 miles per hour or things like that. Or it could be like a requirement in the standard, right? You must test something on a certain interval. The spirit of the law, on the other hand, refers to the law's intended purpose, the underlying principle of why we're doing this, and not just the literal interpretation of the law. So, in terms of like a speed limit, right? The purpose of that is to keep our roadways safe, right? That's the purpose of why we put speed limits everywhere. The purpose of the law, the purpose or the spirit of the law for CIP-3 is to specify consistent and sustainable security management controls that establish responsibility and accountability to protect RTP cyber systems against compromise that lead to misoperation or instability in the main transmission system. It's important to keep these things in mind when implementing cybersecurity plans for their associated controls to meet requirements. All right. What does CIP-3 apply to? CIP-3 R2 apply to? CIP-3 applies to all responsible entities with at least one asset identified in CIP-002 containing low-impact RTP cyber systems and not included in the exemptions listed in Appendix 003-8 QCE1, which is the Quebec variant of the standard. For each entity that has an applicable asset, CIP-3 requires the entity to implement one or more documented cybersecurity plans for the low-impact RTP cyber systems that include the sections in Attachment 1 of CIP-3. All right, exemptions. In the Quebec variant, there are some exemptions for CIP-3, and they are any generation facilities where the rated power of the facility is equal to or less than 300 MVA and cannot be synchronized with a neighboring system. Also, any step-up substations associated with exempted generation facilities. So if you have one of these assets, you are exempted from the standard. So what is a documented process? A lot of the standards, they refer to documented processes, documented controls. CIP-3 states that a documented process refers to a set of required instructions specific to the responsible entity and to achieve a specific outcome. Now, this term does not imply any naming or approval structure beyond what is stated in the requirements. An entity should include as much as it believes necessary in its documented processes, but it must address the applicable requirements. One way to look at a documented process is by breaking down the difference between policies, processes, and procedures. As an example, let's say that we all own bakeries. Our policy for our bakery should hopefully be, we bake good cakes. That is our policy. That is what we do every day. Our process would be the recipe that we use to make the cakes. Like, this is my great-grandmother's recipe that's been handed down for generations, and it makes really good cakes. Our procedures would detail how we utilize all of our different tools, right? All the different things that we implement, all the controls, to follow the recipes and bake our really, really good cake. So keeping this language in mind, along with the purpose of the standard, will help guide you when creating your cybersecurity programs and implementing cybersecurity plans for your organization. All right, now that we've covered the purpose, the applicability, exemptions, and documented processes, let's move on to the actual core of CIP-3-8 R2, Attachment 1. Attachment 1 is broken down into 5 sections, each with a different kind of theme. Section 1 covers cybersecurity awareness. Section 2 covers physical security controls. Section 3, electronic access controls. Section 4, cybersecurity incident response. And Section 5, transient cyber assets and removable media, malicious code risk mitigation. It's a long one. All right, we'll start off with Section 1, cybersecurity awareness. Each responsible entity shall reinforce at least once every 15 calendar months cybersecurity practices, which may include associated physical security practices. It's important to note that if you have a multi-impact level entity, you can use your program from CIP-4 to comply with the standard. Some examples of evidence to comply with this requirement would be direct communications such as emails, memos, or computer-based training, indirect communications like posters, internet posts, or brochures, and management support, reinforcement presentation, or meetings. All right, we got another question before we get on to Section 2. Which physical security controls are required to comply with CIP-3-8, Attachment 1, Section 2? How many people think fences and gates are required per the standard? No? Nobody? Guard dogs? Anybody? Anybody training guard dogs to guard your substations? No? Intrusion detection systems? Okay. Access management systems? What about all of the above? Does anybody think we have to do all of these? We got 1, maybe 2? All right, what about none of the above? Does anybody think none of these things are required? We got 1, 2? All right, so the correct answer is none of the above. So CIP-3-8 Attachment 1, Section 2 does not specify any specific physical security control that you need to implement. and it leaves it up to the entity to determine the best thing for that entity to implement. All right, so Section 2, Physical Security Controls, states, each responsible entity shall control physical access based on need as determined by the responsible entity to 1, the asset or the locations of the low-impact RTP cyber systems within the asset, and 2, the cyber asset or as specified by the responsible entity that provides electronic access controls and implemented for Section 3.1, if any. So that's kind of a long one. So basically, you have to protect your cyber systems, and you also have to protect the cyber asset that does interactive remote or electronic access to your cyber system. Why do they separate those two out? Specifically because sometimes you might have, let's say you have a wind farm or a generation plant that has cyber systems scattered all over the place. You might have, cyber system out in the field, and you might have the device that provides electronic access in another building. So that is why there's two different caveats. You have to protect both. In a substation, you might have both of those things in the same building, which makes your life easier. But for some people, they might have stuff all over the place. All right, examples of evidence for Section 2 include documentation of the selected physical security controls and may include, but is not limited to, access controls such as card keys, locks, and perimeter controls, monitoring controls such as alarm systems and human observations, or any other operational, procedural, or technical physical security control. All right, so we got another question. Which of these types of network connectivity is excluded from Attachment 1, Section 3? We've got inbound, outbound electronic access to RTP cyber systems. Does anybody think that one is excluded from the standard? No? No? Dial-up connectivity. Does anybody think dial-up connectivity is excluded from the standard? No? What about electronic access utilized for time-sensitive protection or control functions? We got 2? Yeah. So that is actually the correct answer. Electronic access utilized for time-sensitive protection or control functions. So this is another long one. So Section 3, electronic access controls requires that responsible entities permit only necessary inbound and outbound electronic access as determined by the responsible entity for any communications that are between a low-impact RTP cyber system and a cyber asset outside the asset containing the low-impact RTP cyber system, using a routable protocol when entering or leaving the asset containing the low-impact RTP cyber system, and not utilized for time-sensitive protection or control functions between intelligent electronic devices, for example, communications using protocol IEC 61850 or Goose. Section 3 also requires that responsible entities authenticate all dial-up connectivity, if any, that provides access to low-impact RTP cyber systems per cyber asset capability. So if you're using dial-up, you have to authenticate it if it's capable of doing that. All right, some examples of evidence for Section 3 include, but are not limited to, representative diagrams that illustrate control of inbound and outbound communication between the low-impact RTP cyber system and a cyber asset outside the asset containing the low-impact RTP cyber system. So pretty much a network diagram is what we're looking for. If you have that picture will tell 1,000 words. Instead of sending us, a bunch of RFIs back and forth, a simple diagram will tell us everything we pretty much need to know and will help us do our job. Documentation of implemented electronic access controls, for example, access control lists, restricting IP addresses, ports, or services, or implementing devices such as unidirectional gateways. Documentation of authentication for dial-up connectivity, for example, modems configured to dial out to a pre-programmed number, dial-back modems, modems that must be remotely controlled by the control center or control room, or access control on the RTP cyber system. If an entity is not utilizing inbound or outbound routable protocols for communication, a diagram or evidence showing how non-routable protocols are utilized would be very beneficial during the audit process. In addition, if a device utilizes a dial-up modem but is not capable of implementing authentication, please provide this documentation. All right, so we got another question. Which are not acceptable incident response plan testing methods? So does anybody think starting a fire at an applicable RTP asset is a proper testing method for incident response? No? Nobody? Responding to an actual cybersecurity incident. Does everybody agree that that one is probably a good method to test? Yes. Using a drill or tabletop exercise of a reportable cybersecurity incident. That's probably another good one. Yeah, so if anybody thinks that starting a fire at an applicable RTP asset is a proper way, should probably, be reported to somebody, some official somewhere. But yes, so that is not an applicable method of test. All right, Section 4 requires that each responsible entity shall have one or more cybersecurity incident response plans, or IRPs, as we like to call them, either by asset or a group of assets, which include identification, classification, and response to cybersecurity incidents, determination of whether an identified cybersecurity incident is a reportable cybersecurity incident, and subsequent notification to the EISAC unless prohibited by law, identification of the roles and responsibilities for cybersecurity incident response by groups or individuals, incident handling for cybersecurity incidents, testing the IRP at least once every 36 calendar months by responding to an actual reportable cybersecurity incident, using a drill or tabletop exercise of a reportable cybersecurity incident, or using an operational exercise of a reportable cybersecurity incident, and updating the IRP if needed within 180 calendar days after completion of a IRP test or actual reportable cybersecurity incident. So this is a good one between the letter of the law and the the spirit of the law. So this one is very strict with, like, you have to do these things on certain dates. So that is letter of the law. But spirit of the law, if we find that your incident response plans don't adequately cover your low impact assets, i.e. your plan doesn't adequately cover the unique aspects of that, then we might have an area of concern with that plan. So it's a good combination of spirit of the law versus letter of the law. To comply with Section 4, entities may choose to use a single enterprise-wide response plan to fulfill the obligations for the low-impact RTP cyber systems. For example, if any IRP is established to comply with CIP-008 requirements. If using a CIP-008 IRP, the testing of the IRP must also be representative of the applicable low-impact assets to ensure the plan adequately covers the requirements in Section 4. Additionally, note that the requirements specify a reportable cybersecurity incident to comply with the IRP testing every 36 calendar months. So you can't just, come up with a random event. It has to be, per your plan, a reportable cybersecurity incident. So when you test it, if it's not a reportable cybersecurity incident, then you really didn't test your plan. Also, when we say it must be representative of the low impact assets, what we mean by that is the procedure can't just be, say, like CIP-008. It has to be, say that it's for CIP-003. It has to include personnel as part that are part of the low impact assets. So yeah, it has to be inclusive of the low impact. Example of evidence for Section 4 may include, but are not limited to, dated documentation such as policies, procedures, or process documents of one or more IRPs developed either by asset or group of assets that include the Section 4 requirements, documentation that the IRP has been tested at least once every 36 calendar months, and documentation that the IRP was updated within 180 calendar days after a completion of the cybersecurity incident drill or actual reportable cybersecurity incident. If there were no lessons learned, documentation stating such. So if you do your plan and there are no lessons learned, you need to document that we did our plan and we did not have any lessons learned and we are still good to go. All right, the last section of Attachment 1 pertains to transient cyber assets and removal media. But before we continue, we have another question. Attachment 1, Section 5 prohibits the use of vendor-managed transient cyber assets. Is that true or false? Does anybody think it's true or false? False, false, false? Yeah, the correct answer is false. So Section 5 does not prohibit the use of vendor or third-party managed transient cyber assets, but instead provides requirements for these transient cyber assets prior to connecting to the low-impact RTP cyber system. All right, but before we get into the details here, for those of you who are not familiar with the term transient cyber asset, a transient cyber asset is a cyber asset that is not utilized, that is not included in an RTP cyber system, that is utilized on a temporary basis to transfer data, perform vulnerability assessments, perform maintenance, or troubleshooting. An example of a transient cyber asset would be something like your technician laptops or things like that. So Section 5 is divided into 3 sections. Section 5.1, which applies to transient cyber assets managed by the responsible entity, so things that you guys own. Section 5.2, which applies to transient cyber assets managed by a third party, so things that your vendors own. And Section 5.3, which applies to removable media. For Section 5.1, each responsible entity shall implement one or more controls to mitigate the introduction of malicious code, such as antivirus software, including the updates of signatures or patterns, application whitelisting, or any other method to mitigate the introduction of malicious code. So if you're going to do antivirus, you also have to do the patching for the antivirus. You can't just say, I have an antivirus and I don't patch it. For Section 5.2, each responsible entity shall implement one or more controls to review the third-party controls for mitigation of malicious code prior to connecting to the low-impact best cyber system. For any method utilized for Section 5.2, the responsible entity shall determine whether any additional mitigation actions are necessary and implement them prior to connecting the TCA. And finally, Section 5.3, removable media. Use each of the following: methods to detect malicious code on removable media using a cyber asset other than the RTP cyber system. You cannot use your RTP cyber system to scan the removable media. You have to use another asset. And mitigation of the threat of detecting malicious code on the removable media before connecting to the RTP cyber system. So some examples of evidence for Section 5 may include, but are not limited to, antivirus software and process for managing signatures or updates. For third-party TCAs, review of the installed antivirus update level. For removable media, logs from the methods used to detect malicious code that show the results of scanning and the mitigation of detected malicious code on the removable media. And for our last question, what is the effective date of CIP-003-9? Is it October 1st? No? July 1st, 2027? We got a bunch of people shaking their heads. May 1st, 24? Nope. July 1st, 2026? All right, that's a trick question because for the United States, it's I believe it's July 1st, 2026. For you all, it's July 1st, 2027 for Quebec entities. All right, so looking forward, CIP-3-9 was approved and has an effective date of July 1st, 2027 for Quebec entities. CIP-3-9 has a new requirement for low-impact RTP cyber systems, Section 6, Vendor Electronic Remote Access Security Controls. This section requires that for assets containing low-impact RTP cyber systems identified in CIP-002 that allow vendor electronic remote access, the responsible entity shall implement a process that to mitigate risks associated with vendor electronic remote access where such access has been granted. These procedures shall include one or more methods for determining vendor electronic remote access, one or more methods for disabling vendor electronic remote access, and one or more methods for detecting known or suspected inbound and outbound malicious communications for vendor electronic remote access. This new requirement is similar to what is currently required for medium and high impact RTP cyber systems in CIP-005. For reference, CIP-003 Section 6.1 is similar to CIP-5 R2.4 and R3.1. Section 6.2 is similar to CIP-5 R2.5 and 3.2. And Section 6.3 is similar to CIP-5 R1.5. All right, for additional resources, if you want to look outside of NERC CIP, we can look at NIST 853 Revision 5, which has a lot of different categories to look at. In particular, I like this one. It talks about role-based training and the use of external systems. Also, for incident response planning, you can refer to NIST 861 Revision 3, which will give you a lot of recommendations for incident response and how to handle it, and how to deal with an actual cybersecurity incident. And that is the end of my presentation. Does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, we do have questions.
Preferably in English.
Alexandre, monsieur. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi. For CIP-003-8 Section 6, is there going to be a definition of what a vendor is? Because for different EROs, we were told that any entity that's registered to NERC is not considered a vendor. So Hydro-Quebec, New York ISO would not be considered a vendor. So because there doesn't seem to be a definition of what a vendor is.
That's a good question. I honestly don't have the. I don't think there will be a definition for vendor. So that would be something that you guys need to determine what you all consider your vendors. But yeah, I don't think there's going to be an official NERC defined term for vendor in the coming future.
Okay, thanks.
So, yeah, so I hope I answered your question without answering your question. But yeah, that's a very that's a good one. Are there any other questions?
Just to follow up on that, so if there is no explicit definition of vendor, what's the spirit behind the use of that?
Yeah, good question. So a lot of entities with their with their RTP cyber systems, with RTP cyber systems, they have vendor managed support. We see this a lot with like GE, with Siemens, with a lot of companies that they are able to remote in and do patching, firmware updates, things like that. So that's what the intent of the standard is, to protect against that, right? We don't want to just trust our vendors, right? We want to make sure that we're monitoring them and making sure that they're not doing anything malicious on our system while they're in our system. So that's like the spirit of the standard, right? Like, and that's the intent, is to protect from that kind of intrusion.
D'autres questions dans la salle?
Any other questions in the room?
We don't have for the moment in the room, but I do have two questions.
Okay.
During your presentation, you mentioned CIP-003-9, which will be effective in Quebec on July 1st, 2027. So do you have any practical tips or advice for registered entities in Quebec on how to prepare efficiently for CIP-003-9 while they are still working to meet their CIP-003-8 obligations?
Yeah, that's a good question. So some tips, especially for the medium and high impact, they've been doing this already for a long time. There are products available on the market today that can help you do this. I can't endorse any single one of them, but there's a lot of vendor support to help manage this risk. Also, work with your vendors. If a lot of vendors are already looking at this and knowing that we have to comply with this to do business. So a lot of manufacturers, vendors, they're already coming out with their methods to do this. So that's what I would engage with your vendors first to see how they're currently connecting, why they need that connection, and then kind of figure out like how you can implement controls to monitor and then securely disconnect them if something malicious happens. So that would be my recommendation.
Thank you very much. And one last question, because there is no definition for the vendor, but sometimes NERC or maybe NPCC, they come up with reliability guidelines, implementation guidelines, compliance guidelines. So it's maybe a general question for either NERC or NPCC. Do you envision in the future, to post, implementation guidance regarding this, issue vendor, the definition of vendor?
Yes, I'm not sure if NERC is going to do it, and I'm not sure if NPCC, if we're going to issue something. But I would say that, like, if you are, like, in the example you have another entity, another registered entity that's connecting in, I would not consider that a vendor personally. This is me speaking for me, not for NPC or for NERC or anybody, right? Because they are a registered entity, and so they have to comply with CIP, and the standards clearly say that, they kind of detail that out. And I think, if you think about it, like, your vendors are, Although it's not a defined term, I want to say it's kind of like very easy to identify who your vendors are, right? Like they're the people who sold me the system, they're Schweitzer, Siemens, GE, like those are my vendors, the people that I'm buying the product from that are providing the patches and the source for patches, things like that. So I'm not entirely sure if they're going to provide any kind of implementation guidance for that.
Thank you very much for your answer. No more questions for the moment. So, ceci conclut la période de questions. Thank you very much. Merci.
Thank you. If anybody else has any other
This
questions.
concludes the question period.
Donc, merci à David pour cette présentation fort pertinente. Nous allons maintenant passer à la
for your very important presentation. Now, I have the pleasure of introducing to you Kimberly Griffith, who's the NPCC compliance ONP with protection system and the automated pressure control. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian, and good morning, everyone. My name is Kimberly Griffith, and I am the Manager of Operations and Planning, or O&P Compliance at NPCC. Today, I'll be discussing PRC 5-6, Protection System, Automatic Reclosing, and Sudden Pressure Relaying Maintenance, specifically related practices and internal controls to support compliance and reliability. This morning, I'll be going through an overview of the PRC 5-6 standard, internal controls you may consider to support this standard, core practices to set you up for success, and elevated practices to consider in the event that you want to take your program further. Next, I'll go into some notes regarding the Quebec appendix for the standard, give a summary of this presentation, and then I'll open for questions. PRC 5-6 is a standard applicable to transmission owners, TOs, generator owners, GOs, and distribution providers, DPs. It applies to protection systems, including relays, current and potential transformers, and to batteries. It also applies to automatic reclosing systems, including relays and any associated control logic. Finally, it also applies to sudden pressure relaying, including pressure sensors and trip circuitry. PRC 5-6 is a standard that requires entities to establish and implement a maintenance program for protection systems, ensuring they operate correctly and consistently to support the reliability of the RTP. Maintenance intervals for applicable components can vary from every 12 years for some assets like monitored relays, down to every 4 months for certain DC supply or battery tests. As a frequently performed standard, it is also a frequently violated standard. The more often something needs to occur, the more likely it can be for something to be missed that may lead to a potential noncompliance. Maintenance of protection systems is critical to RTP reliability, ensuring that fault detection and isolation occurs properly, cascading outages are prevented, and supporting overall grid resilience. Overall, PRC 5-6 is about ensuring the protective systems work when needed with reliability as the goal. PRC 5-6 has 5 separate requirements. The first is to use R1 to establish and document a Protection System Maintenance Program, or PSMP. This document establishes how often and what maintenance you'll be doing. The standard allows for 2 separate ways to design your program. The first is performance-based. Rather than using the maintenance intervals established in the tables of PRC 5-6, with the proper justification, entities may choose to maintain their equipment based on performance. This is covered in R2, where the program is set up, and R4, where the maintenance is executed. Honestly, this is a rarely chosen option. I have yet to see an entity ever choose to use R2 and R4 for performance-based maintenance under this framework. The next is time-based maintenance, where the maintenance activities and maximum maintenance intervals are specified in the table of the standard for different components types. This is covered in R4. Finally, we get to R5, corrective action for maintenance issues. This is a recent area of focus for NPCC and the ERO enterprise. Obviously, no one likes to go into a maintenance procedure and see something fail, but that's also what the standard is designed to identify. R5 ensures that these items are noted, documented, and a plan is created to get the equipment back in working order. This slide documents some of the internal controls you should consider for your program. Preventative controls are set in place to reduce missed maintenance. PRC 5-6 is very prescriptive, with set maintenance intervals and maintenance activities. Preventative controls for the standard include scheduling tools, setting in place a system to ensure that equipment is identified for maintenance that's coming due, and potentially using automated alerts to ensure key personnel are aware. Another key control in this area is the use of standardized procedures. These can help ensure that all maintenance activities are completed as required. Detective controls are designed to catch systematic issues. This can be internal audits, going into your system, and records to double check that all maintenance activities occurred in the allowed time frame. You may also want to consider peer reviews. Having another set of eyes on your reports can be critical in identifying potential errors, and as a bonus, are a great opportunity for training anyone who may be unfamiliar with your program. Lastly, another detective control could be alerts after a maintenance interval is missed. If you do miss a maintenance interval, getting alerts that you did so can be key for helping you identify the issue, potentially self-reporting on the issue, and getting back into compliance. Finally, we have corrective controls. These are designed to help prevent reoccurrence of previously identified issues. The first example of this would be after-action reviews. For example, if you did have a detective control that found an issue, doing an after-action review can help you figure out what went wrong so that you can prevent it in the future. Part of this can be doing a root cause analysis to help you determine what went wrong, and again, these controls are to correct prior deficiencies. On this slide, I'll get into some core practices, key items to help you ensure that you're set up for success with this standard. The first is identifying applicable assets and considering. How do you know that all of the applicable assets for PRC 5 testing have been identified? Are you doing one-line reviews or walkdowns? Do you have a change management process in place if there are changes to your equipment? What happens with your program if something gets removed or replaced? The next is defining maintenance methods and intervals. This includes making sure you're doing all of the required maintenance for all identified assets as often as you need to. Regarding maintenance methods, this is an area we see a lot of PNCs. It's critical to ensure all maintenance activities are performed for each asset. The tables of PRC 5-6 include this information. With regards to establishing maintenance intervals, keep in mind that some assets may have multiple maintenance intervals, such as batteries that have 4-month, annual, and even longer maintenance periods. Next is performing and documenting testing. Going back to maintenance methods, one key practice to really help you set yourself up for success is the use of standardized testing forms. We recommend for each asset type to have both a testing procedure and a testing form that includes each of the required maintenance activities as documented in the standard. Some of the most common PNCs we see are forgetting to document items like check battery ground and verify relay settings as left. Even if they occurred, if they're not documented in your test or maintenance results, we don't have any evidence to show that. Another item to note here is to update any tracking items you have with the date maintenance is performed, not the test report date or when it was entered into your tracking system. The maintenance intervals of the standard are based on how often testing is performed. Finally, we have track and address deficiencies. This is where R5 comes in. If you're doing maintenance and see something that doesn't work, that's perfectly okay. Again, it's less than ideal, but that's what the standard is designed to identify. Make a plan to get it back in working order, document it, and get it set in place to be a part of your system in the future. Some additional core practices are listed on this slide. The first is use the implementation guidance. NERC and the ERO Enterprise have created implementation guidance for PRC 5-6, and these tools are created to assist you. They are great tools to reference when establishing or updating a maintenance program. The next is utilizing an asset management system. It's very helpful to have a list of your applicable equipment and its past and future maintenance dates to ensure maintenance intervals are being met. It's an extra bonus if you can also link test records to this system for retrievability. Next up, we have training programs. I only have one question in this presentation, but who here is actually on the ground doing testing? One person, and frankly, that's more than I anticipated seeing. Not many people here are actually on the ground doing this testing. How do you know that this critical information is being passed on to your SMEs and those responsible for completing the work? Or if you use vendors, how do you know that they know? Training up these people to be familiar with what you want to see with your maintenance program is very helpful for RTP reliability. Finally, we have program alignment. As I mentioned previously, PRC 5-6 is very prescriptive. At a minimum, you have to do what the standard prescribes. This slide gets into some elevated practices. If your entity is already doing many of the things discussed under core practices and you want to take your program to the next level, these are some items you should consider. First is the use of automated tracking and maintenance scheduling. When we see these, they're typically built into asset management systems and can automatically schedule maintenance before it becomes due without human intervention, which can be a potential failure point. Next is performing and documenting peer reviews. While I mentioned peer reviews earlier, ensuring they're performed and documented can, 1, help proactively identify potential concerns, such as missed maintenance activities or intervals, and 2, help train unfamiliar staff with your maintenance program. Documenting these reviews is helpful for us coming in as auditors and can be helpful for you too if you want to do additional training in the future. Finally listed here is internal controls testing and testing documentation. Internal controls are great tools for helping to support compliance and reliability, but you need to make sure they work. For example, if you have a control set up to alert certain personnel, say 60 days before a missed maintenance interval, does that actually happen? Are you actually getting those alerts? If you have a separate control for alerting people when maintenance intervals are missed, you obviously don't want to miss a maintenance interval to test that, but how do you know you're actually going to be informed? A key part of this is also documenting these controls and tests. Formalizing the control in a written document can help you identify potential failure points, and documenting the testing also shows that you have faith the control works as intended. I got off a slide. I apologize. I'm going to move on to the next one now. Give everyone a minute to read this. Next, I'll get into some notes regarding the Quebec-specific appendix. As I'm sure you're all familiar, Quebec has its own standard appendix for all reliability standards, and PRC 5-6 is no different. One of the first things the appendix does is clarify some terminology. In the US version of standards, the term bulk electric system, or BES, is commonly used. In Quebec, this term is replaced with RTP. It also adjusts some applicability under the facilities definition. For example, section 4.2.2 of the US version of the standard states, protection systems used for under-frequency load shedding systems installed per the ERO UFLS requirements, while the Quebec appendix replaces this section with protection systems for under-frequency load shedding or UFLS systems. Again, a minor adjustment. There are a number of other adjustments as well, and while many are minor, they're all important and can be the difference between being compliant or not. Next up is the effective date in Quebec. Version 6 of the standard became effective in Quebec on April 1st, 2021, which differs from the US. And finally, the appendix goes into implementation timeline differences and particularly calls out specific items for equipment that was previously included under version 2 of the standard, what was previously applicable only to the BPS or bulk power system, versus those that are newly included under version 6, which is also applicable to the RTP. The additional tables are added for what percentage of equipment should be tested by various dates, typically in 30%, 60%, or 100%. To summarize, a strong maintenance program isn't just about being compliant, it's the foundation of system reliability. Establishing a strong PRC 5-6 maintenance program requires tightly integrated chain of controls, accurate asset inventories, disciplined scheduling, consistent execution, thorough evidence collection and documentation, and robust oversight and controls. When these elements work in harmony, they form the foundation of a resilient compliance framework that not only meets regulatory expectations, but strengthens system reliability. At this point, I'd like to open it up to any questions the audience may have.
Thank you very much, Kimberly. Est-ce qu'on a des questions dans la salle?
Do we have any questions in the room?
No.
No?
I do have two or maybe three questions. So on slide 5, you presented different types of internal controls. Detective, preventive, is there one specific example of internal control that you find to be most effective at preventing a non-compliance to PRC 5?
Thank you, Laurentia. Obviously, preventive is what we want to see. Once you get into detective or corrective, you may already have a PNC, and no one wants to be in that position. Personally, I think the most valuable preventative control is the use of standardized testing procedures and forms. Again, some of the most common missed PNCs we see are forgetting to document simple items such as verifying battery grounds or verifying relays as set. Obviously, we have faith that those are happening, but as I mentioned, if it's not in your documentation, we can't confirm that. If you have a testing procedure or form, even if it's just a simple checkbox for someone to fill out, that can help you prevent those PNCs.
Good. Again, no questions in the room. Another one. You mentioned that maintenance methods frequently lead to potential non-compliances. Could you elaborate on what are common reasons some registered entities fail to meet maintenance method requirements?
Thanks. As I just mentioned, it's really most commonly those two I mentioned earlier. And again, even if you're doing it, you just have to make sure that everything that is written in the tables of the PRC 5-6 standard are included in your testing forms. Even if you're doing something else, that's awesome, document it as well, but we need to see some positive evidence of every one of those testing requirements being completed.
Okay. One more, the last one.
Absolutely.
I promise.
Keep them coming.
So, I don't want to pick on you.
That's fine. You can pick on me all you want.
No. So, because sometimes with the registered entities, sometimes we miss deadlines. Okay. And I want to clarify if possible. I'm a registered entity. I'm supposed to finish the maintenance test on, and I give an example, January 1st, 2026. Okay. That's my deadline to meet the interval of maintenance. But on December 1st, 2025, I tried to do the maintenance testing, and it failed. You said at some point it does not work. I'm on December 1st. Well, I'm to close, holiday season, so I failed the test on December 1st, and I will do it on February 1st. But meantime, I do a corrective action plan. It didn't work, I document, I have to do something, okay? What is the next, let's say, compliance date? I am non-compliant on January 1st, 2026 because I didn't do it, but I did it, it failed, and then I did a corrective action plan, or it will be the next due date, it will be February 1st, 2026 when I'll do the testing.
So I would actually say you're not non-compliant in that situation. If you do the testing on December 1st and it fails, that's where R5 comes in. You did the maintenance, and that is what the requirement requires. As long as you document that under R5 and create a plan, in this case to do it on February 1st, 2026, you're still compliant for that period. On February 1st, when you install the new equipment, as long as you have the test records to document, hey, everything is in working order, your next maintenance intervals would be based off of that February 1st date.
Good, because sometimes even one day goes to a non-compliance.
Absolutely,
sometimes.
And we recognize that. I know Melissa will talk about extent of condition and everything, but just because it's a potential non-compliance doesn't mean it's the end of the world. It's just an item to track, and we want to make sure we get them addressed.
Good. No more questions. One more.
So perhaps one question regarding those the maintenance test forms. If one says that one does all the compliance, all the maintenance activities, but in fact we don't have a test form to prove that, is that in itself a PNC, a potential non-compliance?
That would be something that the audit team would look for. If your test form doesn't document it at all, but you have an associated testing procedure that notes it, the auditors would like, what we're looking for is reasonable assurance of compliance. If it's not documented, we might look at your procedure, we might look at any associated internal controls you have to see if we have faith that it happened. There is some auditor judgment that does come into play here, but again, getting it added to your testing forms would be the easiest way to potentially avoid that situation.
Thank you.
Any other questions? D'autres questions? No, you know what? I have another one, general.
I love it.
Because I still have time. You know, I used to work in compliance, in quality assurance, and we used to say, if it's not documented, it's not done. That was, you know, the rule. You said, you know, the reasonable assurance of auditors. Do you, let's say, if it's not documented, do you look in other methods, other procedures? Do you are strict, you know, do you follow strict if it's not documented? If it's not documented, it's not done? Or do you look to other documents, procedures, and to...
We would look at whatever you're able to provide us to help us reach that level of reasonable assurance of compliance. I mean, obviously, for this standard, we do a lot of sampling. We are not going to look at every single test record that you have, so there's reasonable assurance of compliance coming in there as well. If all of your other test records are fine, we're going to have faith that your other test records that we're not looking for are also okay. So again, while if we see it's not documented on the form, that would initially make us think potential non-compliance. We would start looking for other ways to reach our reasonable assurance of compliance.
Thank you very much.
Oh, there's one behind you.
No, we are not done.
Thank you. I have another question about the evidence we need to give you for an audit, for example. If, for example, we find out a not compliance and it is because we don't have the evidence. We find out it was not done, we don't have the proof, and based on that, we find out we can have other not compliance, so from an extent of condition. The question is, what is the feeling of the NPCC about the fact that we are not able to confirm or not if the other asset is good or not?
So Melissa will actually be talking about extent of condition in the next presentation, but I would anticipate that the enforcement team would look at that under their processing. Obviously, if there's you forget to include the relay settings as verified on one testing form, it's likely not on any of your testing forms, or it would be on that one as well. The enforcement team would consider that as they evaluate the risk of the PNC and any mitigations to get you back in compliance.
Thank you.
Any other questions? D'autres questions?
Any other question?
No, not so far. You did it. Very good. Thank you very much, Kimberly.
Thank you, everyone.
Parfait. Donc, un grand merci à Kimberly pour cette présentation bien éclairante.
Well, thank you very much to Kimberly. Now we'll go to a second break. It is a good length of break to help you stretch out and walk a little. You can step out of the atrium to breathe some air. So we'll see you back at 11:30. Thank you very much.
Please take your seats.
Donc, bienvenue à nouveau.
Well, welcome once again. We'll now start the next talk. It is a pleasure for me to welcome Mrs. Melissa de Saedeleer, Senior Counsel, NPCC. She will be telling us about the new self-report form with emphasis on extent of condition.
Thank you, Christian. As Christian said, my name is Melissa de Saedeleer. I serve as a senior counsel at NPCC. I mainly work in our enforcement group, supporting our enforcement staff on those higher risks, the more serious non-compliance and violations that we receive from registered entities. Typically those non-compliances that warrant penalty assessments and then eventually get resolved via settlements. I also work closely with our Régie staff on various enforcement and compliance policies and procedures, including the one I'm going to talk about today, the very exciting topic of the new and improved self-report forms. Those were recently issued by the Régie for our registered entities to start using to report your non-compliances to us. But since they are new and since they've only been recently published, we thought it would be appropriate to, present an overview of the new form. I am limited on time though, so I'm not going to be able to explain in detail everything in the form. Instead, I'm going to focus and highlight an important section that we've added, the extent of condition section. And then, of course, based off of your feedback and your questions, I'm sure we can present on other parts of the forms at future engagements or future seminars. So just turning to my objectives for my presentation today, I want to first explain the purpose and benefits of the new form. Essentially, why did we update the form in the first place? Then I will highlight some key changes that we've made, and then again focus a little bit on the extent of condition section and the impact of conducting an extent of condition. And then finally, I'll talk about next steps, some resources that you have, and hopefully I'll have time to take a couple of questions. So why the change? Why did we update the forms? So as you know, the Régie recently implemented the new SSEQ, and with that change, the Régie and NPCC enforcement thought it would be a great opportunity to also update the self-report form. I don't know if you're familiar, if you've ever seen the old form, but for a lack of a better word, it is indeed old. Very generic. It didn't distinguish the type of standard that you're reporting on. The types of questions were very limited in terms of getting information on the scope of your non-compliance, the risk, mitigation, nothing on extent of condition. And then even our entities were limited in the type of information they could provide in those forms. And this led to a lot of delays in our enforcement process. Our enforcement team, we found that we had to supplement those self-report forms with asking requests for informations or RFIs, usually multiple RFIs. Again, that slows down the process. So with the new form, what we did was, first of all, we separated the old form into two separate forms, one for reporting CIP noncompliances and one for reporting noncompliance of the operation and planning standards. Our goal here is to really try to gather the necessary information up front to process your PNC as quickly and efficiently as possible. We're trying to reduce the back and forth that we have in the RFI process. And we also want to put our entities on notice on the type and quality of information that enforcement is expecting to see, the types of evidence you should be providing us, and hopefully by continually and consistently providing this information in your self-report, it will give you insight on what you should be prepared to see, what evidence you should be provided, and in turn, hopefully, you can gain even further insight into your own compliance program to see where there may be some gaps in your compliance program, where are those improvement opportunities. So the next couple of slides will be some screenshots from the new forms if you haven't seen them already. Again, they've already been published. Some of the information should already be familiar to you. A lot of that information has not changed. You're still going to have to provide your registration information, your contact information, of course, the applicable standard requirement that you're reporting on, but you'll see the format has been updated. In addition, we made a lot of other changes. We expanded on certain things. For example, here, we expanded on the discovery of the noncompliance section. Ooh, went a little too fast. We also added a table of contents as well as a chart highlighting some key enforcement milestones to create some more transparency on the NPCC enforcement process. We added a mandatory extent of condition section. We'll discuss extent of condition in more detail on the next slide. Again, as I mentioned, we created two distinct forms, one for CIP, one for OMP, tailored specifically for the type of standard involved. Both of the forms, they do share a common structure. You're still going to have to report on your extent of condition in both forms, the scope of the noncompliance details, risk mitigation, all of those things. It's just that the questions themselves have been customized according to whether you're reporting on CIP or reporting on OMP. For example, the CIP questions you'll see are more looking for information on your cyber assets, your security perimeters, access privileges, things that directly impact cybersecurity and reliability. Whereas on the OMP form, you'll see that we're seeking information on your facilities, relays, components, things that are critical for transmission reliability. So I've mentioned extent of condition a few times now, but what is an extent of condition? Essentially, performing an extent of condition is conducting a thorough review of the issue, the noncompliance that you've identified in your self-report to determine whether that issue is isolated to that one incident or instance, or whether it's broader, whether it's systemic, whether it exists elsewhere in your organization. From a reliability perspective, not performing an extent of condition means leaving system vulnerabilities unaddressed, which can lead to broader, more widespread reliability impacts. And I want to emphasize that point here because I don't want the takeaway from my presentation to be that this is just a compliance exercise. It's a critical reliability safeguard to do a performance of, to perform an extent of condition. And typically for an extent of condition, you're really checking other potentially impacted facilities or assets, other procedures, even other affiliate companies, where there may be a potential to find similar non-compliance gaps that may exist. But it may also involve you taking a look at other potentially impacted related standards or even your own compliance history. So again, the key is determining whether the impact of the non-compliance is isolated or systemic. So the particular facts and circumstances of your non-compliance, including the standard that is involved, will impact the scope of the extent of conditions. So this is up to your judgment. As stated, typically we're looking to see whether you have reviewed other potentially affected assets, personnel, procedures, but sometimes, as I mentioned, it can involve looking at other standards. CIP-2 is a great example for this, the failure to identify and categorize RTP cyber systems or assets. Typically, when you see a CIP-2 noncompliance, your brain should be going off. There's likely going to be other CIP failures of other related standards. And that's something that should be part of your extent of condition review and what you should be reporting in that extent of condition section. So again, think about the standard that you're reporting. Think about what are the potential cascading effects that that standard may have, including on other standards, and report that in your extent of conditions section. Just for your awareness, something like a CIP-2, typically enforcement will not penalize an entity for all of those CIP failures. We understand kind of how CIP-2 works. So typically, if we see a CIP-2 and you report on the other failures, we will focus on the underlying CIP-2 noncompliance, the miscategorization, and then we'll assess your other CIP failures in the risk assessment. So once you've actually performed your extent of condition, it's important to understand what information you should be including in your extent of condition, and then how does your extent of condition affect the scope of the noncompliance that you're reporting on. So let's stick with the CIP-2 example I've been using. So let's say you're reporting on a CIP-2 noncompliance, you do your extent of condition, you find additional instances of CIP-2. In that case, you would report your results of your extent of condition, including those additional instances, but be sure to also include those additional instances in the scope of your noncompliance. Again, you're reporting on CIP-2. Contrast that with, again, you're reporting on a CIP-2, you do your extent of condition, you discover a CIP-10 failure because of that CIP-2. Again, report that in your extent of condition section, but you don't necessarily need to provide that CIP-2 failure details in the scope section of the noncompliance because that may lead to some confusion. You can if you want to, there's no hard line here. Just be very clear what you're talking about if you add those details in the scope section. One thing you will need to do though, and this is very important, if you, keeping with the CIP-2 example, if you find additional failures, be sure that whatever you discovered in your initial discovery, plus any failures you find in your extent of condition, all of that needs to be remediated and addressed in your mitigation section. You can't just address the CIP-2, you would have to address the CIP-10, the CIP-7, the CIP-5s, anything else that you discover. So that's an important caveat. And to add even more nuance to this situation, let's say you're doing a CIP-2, you do your extent of condition, and you happen to find a completely unrelated noncompliance during your investigation. You happen upon it. In that case, again, report what you found in your extent of condition section of your CIP-2 that you're reporting, but now you're going to have to file a separate self-report for that additional noncompliance that you discovered. So please note, as I mentioned, an extent of condition in the self-report form, these are mandatory now. We have to see them in all self-report. It's critical for fair and risk-based enforcement. So from an enforcement perspective, if an entity fails to perform an extent of condition and later additional instances are found that should have been discovered if an extent of condition was performed, that may serve as an aggravating factor. What I mean by that is if you report an initial instance, it gets assessed by us, it gets filed and confirmed by the Régie, and then later on you say, whoops, we found some additional instances during the non-compliance period. Now you have compliance history against you because of that initial report that you filed. So that's something that's going to affect our risk assessment. It's going to affect any penalties that are levied against you. So it's important, again, to perform your extent of condition. Now, I've said all of that, but I will say that it's not always necessary to perform an extent of condition. It's still mandatory to report something in the form, but there is an option for you to explain why you did not conduct an extent of condition. And there are a plethora of reasons why one may not be necessary. For example, if you can show that your non-compliance is isolated, it's unique, it's not broader, it's not indicative of some other systemic failure. For example, let's say you failed to update a procedural document. It was just that one document, it doesn't exist anywhere else. Then you can say, this is a unique situation, we don't need to do an extent of condition. Finding updates. So sometimes you will file a self-report and then you will do your extent of condition. That's fine. NPCC enforcement is just recommending that if you're going to submit an extent of condition, a finding update, please do so as a finding update, not as a new potential non-compliance. In other words, don't create a new mandate in the SSEQ. Use the existing PNC folder that's already there and that's already been through the preliminary screen and add the update there. This helps to streamline our process, prevents duplication, confusion, and creates a more accurate record for us if we keep all related information under one violation ID. We don't have a separate form for finding updates, so what you will have to do is you'll have to make a copy of the existing self-report that you've already filed, and then in that version 2, just clearly mark this is a finding update, this is an extent of condition, and then clearly mark what the new information is. As long as we understand what it is, that's fine. So, use your best judgment. I know I'm running out of time, so just very quickly, next steps. So as I said, these forms have already been made available to you. If you haven't already done so, please review the forms thoroughly. Make sure your compliance team does as well. They understand how to use them. Please note that we are expecting self-reports to use this form going forward. So if you file on the old form, we will not accept it. It will not go through a preliminary screen. So you will be asked to update the form or provide the self-report on the new form. Please also make sure you address every single section of the new form. We will also not be accepting forms that are incomplete. Just to the best of your ability with the information that you have, fill out the form, and that should be acceptable. Looking ahead a little bit, our goal with these new forms is to assess their effectiveness. Are we getting better quality self-reports because of them? And then we'll use those assessments along with your feedback, the Régie's feedback, our SME feedback, and then periodically update these forms, hopefully a lot more often than we have in the past. And then finally, just some of your resources that are available to you. That first one, the NERC guidance on self-report and mitigation plan, the Régie has kindly translated that for you into French. It's been made available to you December 3rd. As always, follow the framework of the QCMEP. And then the latest version of the QCMEP implementation plan has also been published. I am completely out of time, but if there's any questions, maybe we have time for one.
Oui, allez-y.
Yes, so thank you. We have looked at the new forms, and in fact, they give much better indication of what we need to provide, and I think they will improve reliability. I did, however, have a few questions. It's not clear where we're actually supposed to describe the non-compliance. Nowhere is there the question or the indication to describe the non-compliance. It starts off right away with an extent of condition when you don't even know what the condition is.
Yes, that's just a formatting of the form. That first large box that you see, I believe it's blue in CIP, orange in OMP, the box that says the scope of the possible non-compliance, that's where we're looking for the details of the actual non-compliance that you are reporting. I think that's just a formatting thing, and that's definitely something I will keep in mind when we're updating the form.
Okay. Just while we're on the format, since many of the questions are like on a vertical basis, right? The description of what to do is on the left and then one completes it on the right. It makes for a lengthy, I mean, would you have any objection to our transferring that vertical section into a horizontal and then having a full page to be able to answer and insert, for example, diagrams and stuff? Because that half page is really quite limiting.
We can work something out. We can work something out and release version 2. If this is a request, it's no problem.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate that. That's exactly what we're looking for from our entities.
And perhaps one last question. If the extent of condition will be lengthy because, for example, we have hundreds of substations or thousands of assets, can that be and we know that the Régie has expectations on the duration, on, to file quickly after discovery. Can that be a milestone in the mitigation plan? Can the extent of condition, can we say that the first, for example, first milestone in the mitigation plan will be to perform that extent of condition?
Yes, that's perfectly acceptable as long as, again, we would look at the time of your extent of condition and make sure that it's reasonable given the number of facilities or assets you're working with.
Okay. And then my understanding is that extent of condition, that the milestone itself, that the document that we would provide would be the finding update of the initial
yes,
self-report.
And yes, we encourage you to file additional information as they become, as they materialize for you and provide that. Again, we just ask that you put that all under the same violation ID umbrella.
Okay, but also in the same format, that is that would you want the extent of condition then to be, for the initial self-report to be updated to include that information, or could it be a separate report that's in itself a milestone?
For NPCC enforcement, so long as we understand what it is you're providing, we will accept that the format that makes sense. Okay. If you're initially filing a self-report, we want to see that on the new self-report form, but we understand if you have follow-ups, we will work with you on the format. As long as we understand what the information we're getting.
Very good, thank you very much.
Étant donné qu'on est... notre... C'est correct.
Thank you. I have as well 3 questions for you if we have time. The first question is about the extent of condition. One part I don't hear yet is about the fact that sometimes the extent of condition can be based on the cause of the non-compliance. Is it a good strategy to use it for limited to extent of condition?
Sorry, I missed the last section of your question. I'm not quite understanding.
I want to, what I try to explain is, if we find out the cause of the non-compliance was a human error, for example, so we can suppose that the scope of the extent of condition is limited to the person, for example. So it is a good way to do the extent of condition?
So typically in enforcement, we don't like to see human error as the root cause. We like you to dig a little bit deeper into finding why there was a human error. You know, did you not have detective controls in place to, you know, alert you to that type of error? Do you not have preventative or corrective actions in place? So I think you would need to first dig a little bit deeper into the root cause, and then from there, you're using your own best judgment to understand the full scope of the non-compliance.
Perfect. My second question is about the form doesn't explain anything about the evidence you will need. Maybe we'll come back, will be later, but if you can explain to us which kind of evidence we should add in the form.
So the form itself doesn't go into depth on the evidence, but I will say for enforcement purposes, the main evidence you should be providing us is your mitigation evidence. We want to see, first of all, your remediation action. What are you doing to come back into compliance? That also serves as evidence for your end date and for the duration of the non-compliance. So that's the first main thing. But then again, we want to see what additional steps are you taking to prevent recurrence of that particular non-compliance. So mitigation evidence is always key for every self-report you're filing. I don't know, do we have, I feel like we may have to provide the rest of the answers in email. I'm
no
sorry.
problem, thank you.
Apologies.
Thank you very much, Melissa. On va répondre, il y a déjà une question en Zoom, mais on va répondre.
There's a question
après
on Zoom, but we will answer this question after the seminar. Melissa is here during lunchtime. This concludes the question period. Thank you. Thank you, Melissa.
OK. Nous remercions Melissa pour cette
We
intervention.
thank Melissa for this information, very useful for the entities. And we'll start with the next presentation, the last one before lunch. I have the pleasure to present Mr. Junji Yamaguchi, who is Chief Head Regulatory Affairs of the Coordinary Analysis and Guidelines Hydro-Quebec.
Bonjour, merci d'être ici. Donc, juste avant le dîner, on va parler de préparation à l'exploitation des conditions de temps froid extrêmes et de la réalité canadienne par rapport à celle de nos voisins du Sud, comme l'a mentionné M. Sanchez. Donc, d'ailleurs, ça tombe bien car on prévoit un hiver...
is at a good time. I see that weather is quite extreme this year. We have some technical difficulties. I'd like to introduce myself. For those of you who didn't see it on the program, and there will be a quiz at the end of the presentation. Before we get into the heart of the matter, let's look at some numbers. 37,000 megawatts installed capacity. There are 34,900 kilometers of transmission lines, 40,000 megawatts on an annual basis, and the record was surpassed in February 2023, 40,700 megawatts, and this morning we were looking at 39,000 megawatts in the demand for electricity this morning.
Donc, justement, excusez-moi.
Speaking of, Oh, I'm sorry. I'll come back to this previous slide. I want to be a little more precise. 34,000 kilometers, what does that represent? If we look at the distance at the equator around the Earth, it's 40 kilometers, but if we go higher to the latitude of Texas, it's 34,000 kilometers. And this brings us to the next item. Speaking of Texas, is anyone aware of what happened in Texas in February 2021? Apart from COVID, of course. It was in Quebec, February, we were having some mild weather in comparison to our other winters, but it was different. In Texas, an extreme weather cold snap hit Texas and beat many records. It cost more than $1 billion in damage. A cold snap affected a big part of the United States, and especially Texas. All counties of the state to the Rio Grande in the north and in the south were under alert, and many areas felt below zero temperatures, and that was the coldest that it had been since 1989. The production installations were not ready for this kind of cold, and that made it so that there was a major reduction in capacity, and there were 250 deaths. The standard EOP-12 was put together following this incident, following 2021, the events in Texas and the southern United States. They improved the energy production capacity. Since that time, there have been 3 versions of the new standard, 1, 2, and 3. Every time there is a requirement that needs to meet the guidelines of the FERC. So the NERC puts together the guidelines and submits them to the FERC. We see in November 2021, there's the launch of the project. The launch of the project, the writing of the standard, and we see that 15 months later, the FERC adopt the first version. It takes 2 to 3 years to develop a standard of reliability in general, and between version 1 and 2, there were 16 months that went by. In February 2024, the FERC adopted version 2, but asked for a review of 5 items. They wanted the standard to be clear, precise, without referring to subjective commercial practices, so that everyone would know exactly what was required, so that each declaration, certification, or report would avoid any problems, and every extension has to be approved by the NERC, and any extreme cold weather needs to be communicated as well. The FERC requires that the NERC correct the standard in a period of time of 9 months. That was the deadline. And so in July 2024, they launched the drafting of the 3rd version. Here we are in 2025. 8 months went by between It's written today here on the flag. For those of you who can't see it, it's quite pale. So 8 months went by between the beginning of the writing of the standard in January 2025 and the adoption at the FERC in September. That made the standard come into effect. And so the NERC evokes here section 321.5 of the ROP, the Rules of Procedures, to respect the deadline imposed by the FERC. And so they authorize the NERC to accelerate the development of the standards of reliability when there is a critical risk. And the deadlines cannot be respected under a normal process, but the consensus of stakeholders was not achieved, and there was a necessity to make a decision very quickly. The criteria that was required to respect this section were put forward.
Donc, excusez. Donc, en fait,
and so, in fact, in September 2025, the FERC adopted the standard. In April, when the NERC submitted the standard, before they submitted it, they approved the Canadian version. So there was an adoption of the desire to start the writing of the Canadian version. And I wanted to present September of this year, but it was deferred unto a later date. So that happened just before there was a deferral. So in 2026, there would be an adoption, but now it's in 2027, there will be the adoption by the NERC of the Canadian version, and so there will be a submission of the version, and the submission to the FERC of the Canadian variant would be as an indication only because the FERC doesn't have jurisdiction over Canada.
Donc, je me mets dans mes pages, excusez-moi. Donc, dans les prochaines planches, je vais vous présenter comment les normes ont
I will now present how the standards evolved over time. As I mentioned earlier, we're looking at 2 to 3 years. This is the time that it takes normally to develop a standard, and there were 3 different versions that came to fruition. I don't want to go too much into detail. Time is fleeting. But the takeaways here is that the calculation of the minimal temperature defined in version 1 was for the entities, the owners defined those, and now it's a value that's calculated. And the means to calculate this, it's the second percentile. The way it's calculated is that we take the hourly temperature of the winter period. We put all of this together. We classify them in order from the highest to the lowest. And we look at 1 over, well, in fact, it's 1 case out of every 2,000, if I'm not mistaken. We can use ChatGPT to find that information. And in fact, here, winterization of the groups can be done. There was no distinction beforehand between a new installation or an already existing installation.
On resserrait les exigences à mesure que
and the requirements were stricter and stricter. They became stricter over time.
Donc, le plan ici, en fait,
the plan here, once again, there's a lot of information related to the development of this standard. There were 3 years of development, and this is just one slide. But what I'd like to highlight here is that the plan that covered procedures for extreme cold were established, that plan was established by resource. And once again, it was specific to each owner, each GO. And it became clearer with the corrective action plans, and the time periods were shorter as well as the standard evolved. Once again, if we look at the corrective action plans, there was no timeline when we started the first version of the standard. So the owners, the GOs, could establish a corrective action plan according to what the unit was compliant to. In terms of extreme cold and the deadlines, as time went by, as the standard evolved, the corrective action plans evolved as well. So the last version of the standard is stricter, more restrictive. So the third version is different than the first, a lot more rigorous, and the plans are clearer, the corrective action plans.
Donc, les exigences clés.
Key requirements.
Est-ce que bon, j'ai passé assez rapidement.
I went quite quickly. I'm sorry about that. But the key requirements, if we concentrate here on the standard, we look at extreme cold weather temperature. There's a calculation and update every 5 years. All of the groups, all of the similar installations are under this standard, and there's a timeline, constraints for the corrective action plans, have stricter deadlines.
Donc, au-delà de la différence de température.
Beyond these differences, the differences in temperature between Canada and the United States, other modifications that we propose for the Canadian variant of the OPP12 are province-specific language and processes, climate and geographic flexibility. There has to be an alternative definition of cold weather event, clarification of application dates. We have to avoid gray areas. We have to take out the language that encourage illegal economic investments aligned with the Manitoba Act. The Manitoba Act imposes limits on what the reliability standards can impose within a province, because if there's a Canadian review of the standard, there has to be, it has to take into account Manitoba, because a rule or a law that's adopted in Manitoba cannot require the construction or upgrading of facilities in Manitoba. And that would apply to the Manitoba network. So some sections of the standard, the project to modify the standard at this time, are incompatible with Manitoba, because that would impose investment modifications, improvements, infrastructure changes, and that is illegal in that province. And so I called upon them, because not only Canada has issues with this Canadian variant of the standard, reliability standard.
Merci.
Thank you.
Bonjour, c'est assez
Hello.
strict.
That's quite strict. We have 2 minutes. If there are any questions in the room, yes? Thank you, Junji. Perhaps you mentioned it, but what is the version that is being used in Quebec at this time? There's none? The FERC adopted the version, if I come back to the slide, the version being used at this time in Quebec, there's none. There's none that is in the plans as well. We're waiting for the Canadian variant. Is that not the case? Exactly. Listen, we're close to the lunch break. So if there's a constraint in terms of frost protection, a production group for an owner in Quebec, they have to start an informal process for the regulator for approval. The regulator has to take measures for compliance. There's a regulatory role. I would say it's up to the board because they have this role of monitoring. Once the standard is adopted, it's up to the board to be responsible for that. Okay, well then we shall prepare for that. This puts an end to our question period. Thank you very much, Mr. Yamaguchi. All right. Thank you, Junji, for this presentation adapted to our Quebec context. We're going to take a 1-hour break for lunch, and I invite the participants to go down to the atrium for lunch. For the online participants, have a great lunch, and we'll come back at 1:15.
Everyone, we shall resume the meeting. So before going on with the next presentation, we will simply give the floor to Mr. Derek to give us a specification on a question that was asked.
All right, I'm back again. So we went back to our internal teams about the vendor question and what is considered a vendor. So they pointed us to the technical rationale for CIP-003-8 and where the standards drafting team did not want to define vendor in that standard, particularly because it was there was guidance in another standard, which was CIP-13. So the term vendor, the guidance is in CIP-13-2, where it states that the term vendor, as used in the standards, limits to those persons, companies, or other organizations with whom the responsible entity or its affiliates contract with to supply RTP cyber systems and related services. It does not include other NERC registered entities providing reliability services, for example, balancing authority or reliability coordinator services pursuant to NERC reliability standards. A vendor, as used in the standard, may include developers or manufacturers of information systems, system components, or information system services, product resellers, or system integrators. So basically, that's kind of the guidance that we would point you to, is to look at CIP-13. But also, if I would say that, just this is my opinion, if there's a registered entity that's providing a service to you that is not it's kind of in there that it has to be a reliability service, right? So that's what you would need to say, prove, is that oh, this other entity is providing this reliability service for me, and this is the why they have remote access. So I hope that answers your question with more detail. But yeah, I don't think there will be an official vendor-defined definition for NERC or NPCC. So, is there any questions? Any other questions? No? Okay, thank you.
Donc, merci pour la clarification. Nous allons poursuivre maintenant avec la prochaine présentation. J'ai le plaisir de vous présenter ma collègue.
Thank you for clarifying. Let me introduce Laurentia Dimitrescu. She is a economic specialist at the Régie de l'énergie, and she will be discussing about the QCMEP.
Bonjour. Déjà, la présentation a été faite.
So the presentation was already prepared. A lot of people already know me. So let me give you the presentation of the revised version of the Quebec Reliability Standards and Compliance Monitoring Program, the QCMEP. I reassure you there will not be any more acronyms, only the necessary alignment. I have a very difficult task, is keeping you awake after such a great lunch and keep the interest of people attending the seminar. So this is the plan of the presentation. So after a very short oversight of the Quebec program on reliability, I will give you the main proposed changes. Also, I do have another page that is just as difficult, being the main proposed changes without making available the revised document. Be assured the Régie will be publishing them, and it will be presented at the next step point as usual, ending the presentation with the question period. Well, listen. We all remember, or perhaps the majority of people remember, the end of 2003, there was an investigation commission, joint commission with the US and Canada, and a report was issued with recommendations, the first being rendering the reliability standards compulsory with penalties for non-compliance. Furthermore, the standards, the Electric Reliability Organization, and the investigation inquiry mentions that and designated the NERC to act for the reporting. So the interconnectivity of the transportation aspect must be equal on both sides of the border between Canada and US. Now, after those changes, the FERC certified the NERC with the ERO, showing that it has the expertise for the development of standards as well as for the monitoring of compliance. The NERC was certified as ERO, and now we talk about the ERO formed by the NERC and 6 regional entities. So we have the Northeast Public Council, so it's also called as the NPCC in the US, and the NERC. And what is the situation in Quebec now? The Quebec government gives to the Régie de l'Énergie some powers to establish working conditions between itself and the NERC and the NPCC. Then you have up on the screen the main steps. When I went over this, many elements are already known, so I will go fast through this. So in 2009, there is an agreement between the Régie, the NERC, and the NPCC, and the adoption of standards applicable in Quebec. Also, so according to the most recent date, is the agreement amended and renewed by the Régie, NERC, NPCC, and also the QCMEP. Now, it started the first standards adopted and put implemented, rather, takes effect in April 2015, and it was in 2006, actually, that was the first version, and now they put forth the third version, which is a new agreement in 2026. So this is a short overview. It reminds us of the fact that we need three items, which are the standards for compliance, and then the entities are the second aspect to be considered, the one that use the installations, and the list of the entities concerned through the reliability standards presented to the Régie for approval. And finally, in order to ensure the respect of the reliability, there are sanctions in case of non-compliance. We have a guide of sanctions that correspond to the standards applied in Quebec. So why is that? And I already explained the objectives of this regime. So I insist on the two documents which are the QCMEP. Actually, there are 72 reliability standards with 31 entities involved, making sure that they abide by the standard which is applicable is written in the QCMP. Now, it ensures the applications of the standards. If the QCMEP it applies, it is a granular explanation and description of the different entities and the standards that will be approved for a calendar year. So this is compulsory in Quebec, following the document that was put forward by the ERO and the six regional entity, the compliance, which is the CMEP, the equivalent of the PARQ, or the action plan by ERO, which is the equivalent of the one applying and being applied in Quebec. So the process are written in the explained in both the QCMEP and applied also in the CAMEP. So I've mentioned that both documents, the QCMEP and the CAMEP, are similar. The general observation applied on both the documents and present the process of monitoring in North America. It's a process that is evolving constantly. Some are no longer applicable, and there are emerging one. Now, there is something that will allow the Régie to apply the QCMP rapidly. So it has to result from a prior agreement with two other organizations. And on top of that, the Régie needed the approval by the Quebec government. In 2022, at the last negotiation, the Régie expressed the need to update the MEP and also expressed the need to remove the the CMEP, but it all depends upon the frequency of changes in monitoring. So this derives from the Act of La Régie de l'Énergie, and it was changed in 2025. There are modifications allowing for more flexibility. Now, the Régie is no longer required to get the government, the Quebec government involved with it. So it may proposed by the Régie that NERC and the NPCC for the covered entitled entities. Actually, after the signature of the agreement, the PCAQ may be modified as needed by the stakeholders. In this case, the Régie, the NERC, and the NPCC. And any proposed changes are deemed accepted and formalized by a letter of agreement. And now, we get to the heart of the topic. So what are the changes, the main proposed changes? First of all, we thank for all the comments that were received. And of course, I do understand that by not giving you the possibility of presenting you the document as such and having the document on hand is a bit difficult for you just to listen to me. And then we have Bill 69. There was an act sanctioned in June of 2025, and already we had modified Section 1.1, where we're talking about a letter of agreement. And when we finalize the discussion with the QCMEP, then we have documents that are written in English with regard to the NERC and the NPCC, and we have to, review everything prior to publishing the revised version. And last indication is that the Régie and staff and expert may apply monitoring in Quebec. The Régie would like to have members of its own staffs together with external consultants, others than the NERC and the NPCC's one. And the expertise of the NERC and the NPCCs, of course, are recognized. They are professionals with lots of experience in the operations of the electric grid, but we do want to develop our own expertise in Quebec. During the current negotiation with the Régie, NERC, and NPCC, the Régie has expressed its will to develop its own staff that will act for the Régie for a monitoring system. It's as if the Régie is putting forward a plan B just in case plan A wouldn't be working out. So before continuing with the changes, I would like to insist on the word proposed. Even though we are revising, there are still some sections that are to be revised yet. It is very possible that some points that be presented today be modified eventually. So before talking about the modifications, I would like to indicate what was presented. There's a declaration of non-compliance if an entity realizes that it made this statement by mistake. And also, they have to make an assessment of the facts before putting forth a statement of non-compliance. This is according to Section 3.5 that is currently being applied, is quite clear. Now, Let's take a look at the modified sections. So we put forth changes in the definition of the following terms: the Quebec schedule, due date, non-compliance action plan, and audit program. Now, Section 2 was also modified, indicating that the Régie sharing NPCC contact information with entities who are covered by the Régie for transparency purposes. In Section 3, the action plan, formerly Section 4, to align with the ERO companies, CMEP. Then the date of filing with the board around November 15 of each year. We moved it from October to November 15. It is always for one calendar year. The action plan includes a 2-year audit program. And let me repeat to you that this is already inserted for the 2026 action plan published December 6th last. And of course, all of this, the scope of an audit based on priority areas, there will be no longer a list of actively monitored standards. So it had to correspond to what is identified by NERD and NPCC, and part of the compliance standard in Quebec. So we will no longer have in an action plan a list of standards that are monitored. They will not get in advance the standards that have to undergo an audit. We added some delays also in monitoring process. These are now reintroduced. It was proposed in the second version. Now we want a light project, and we've added a new process also, a low-risk non-compliance logging process, the equivalent of self-logging. So there was a new comment to offer more flexibility and establish a calendar and schedule also around the process of compliance. Each time we establish an audit schedule, once the forms are filed, this is when the schedule is respected. So it has to do with the application file also. So we've proceeded with another modification. It's a 2-year audit program, which offers a possibility of conducting audits at the beginning of a plan year, January and February. Audit cycle of covered entities is now 90 days instead of 105 days that we've had. And it could be informed even 270 days ahead of time so that we can proceed with a plan of assessment as it is for the CMEP. Now it is instead of being 6 years, it is now every 7 years. Also, this is for the audit cycle of covered entities. Now, we follow the thoughts from the Régie that were introduced in number 6. Now, the delay in sending notice of an unplanned audit increases to 10 business days instead of 10 days. Now we have also an introduction of the deadline for review of audit reports by the Régie, which is 30 calendar days. Now, we brought forth a small modification with respect to the compliance, but let me turn to section 4.5A, which is low-risk non-compliance logging, a process under development by the NERC. Details are yet to be defined. The Régie would like to encourage the entities to put their offers so they become eligible for this process. There are conditions to abide by, and we turn, therefore, to low-risk non-compliance logging. There was a comment that I would qualify as being a general one. Was to introduce a process of monitoring, and we have been preparing also this. It should be simple, easy to use, no comparison of monitoring processes. Also, for the preliminary assessment, we've made some changes. There is a clarification of the responsibility of the person who sends the notice of preliminary assessment, sends only information on the content. Now we are talking about Section 5, application of standards. It's very interesting when talking about the targeted comments, which so we have talked about a new application between the three parties. The targeted entity offers what is recommended by the NPCC and the Régie also, and what is being enforced and imposed by the Régie. So far, all of the files are confidential. While awaiting such a meeting, I would like the different entities to have an in-person presence, and we also have some networking going on, and this is one of the reasons why we hold a seminar. I know that this is some work that we have to implement, saying that the application files are confidential. As I mentioned earlier, seeing that the entities prefer keeping from themselves the information with respect to non-compliance, and it's understandable. At first, it may look difficult, but not impossible, and we have rang the alarm, and we're trying to work at that to allow the process to go on. Now, when talking about the low risk non-compliance logging, and we've abolished also and of service of a notice of possible non-compliance of an intended entity, risk-based classification, notice of absence of non-compliance, followed exception to compliance, adapted to Quebec, simplified procedure, and finally notice of non-compliance. Section 5.4, the draft regulation is proposed sanctioned by the Régie of less than $1 million. The NPCC is in charge of the negotiation process. A deadline for completion is 9 months. During that time, the NPCC must provide the board with quarterly updates. So then proposed sanction of more than $1 million. The Régie is in charge of negotiation process. And once everything is completed, the policy relative to surveillance or monitoring the electric grid in Quebec. Now, with respect to Section 6.4, submission of the recovery plan, proposed time frame, you have it up on screen, but there are chances that the previous deadlines be kept as such. Why? Because when a non-compliance notice is sent to an entity, the transmittal takes place after a long period following the non-compliance notice. Furthermore, it seems that it may be serious, so there is a reason, therefore, that this notice is sent to the entity, and then we proceed with a rigorous inspection, and we finally realize that something must be corrected. When non-compliance notice is sent out, we expect that some measures or recovery plan already exist. Now, regarding Section 6.6, confirmation of the implementation of the recovery plan, there's no requirement for an officer of the covered entity to provide a statement that all actions required by the recovery plan have been completed. And what are the next steps now? And I know that you can't wait to see if everything goes back during the first quarter. Actually, there are some responses to comments already received by the targeted entities. We'll send them also. It will be sent by the Régie during the second quarter of 2026. This is only a proposal now. Responses of the comment for the targeted entities, if applicable, after the draft proposals. And once again, if all goes well, end of the second quarter of 2026, there will be signing of the agreement by all parties, and also there will be a letter of agreement according to the conditions established. So I just want to recall something. For all of these documents, standards, and all of the ones that are in application and previous one are there on our section of our site. It is a section that my colleagues and myself update, that evolves constantly, and we give relative information and pertinent information also. So this being said, thank you for your attention. I hope that I didn't put you all to sleep, but I know that everyone is preparing some questions. So thank you for your attention and awaiting questions and comments. So we're still waiting for comments. So with respect to the questions, we are at the limit time, but you know, after all seminars, we put all of the questions that weren't answered on our website, and you can send your questions. It is worthwhile, actually, if we do not have time. So let's go ahead and watch the questions that are appearing on the site. Thank you very much.
Parfait. Donc, un grand merci à Laurentia pour cette présentation fort pertinente à l'égard de
l'évolution. Thank you so much, Laurentia. Very relevant presentation concerning the evolution of the QCMEP. Now, the next talk. Thank you for welcoming Pascal Prudhomme, Head Energy System Strategy, and Saman Badawi, Head Main Wind System Design, both from Heart of Quebec. They will have an overview of Mod 32 and the importance of compliance.
Bonjour à tous.
Good afternoon, everyone. You can hear me well. Happy to be here. I'm Saman Badawi, Head Design Main Network, Hydro-Quebec. I'm here with my colleague, Pascal Prudhomme. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So, Pascal Prudhomme, Head Energy System Strategies, Capacities, and Optimization. I'll tell you later on what we are working on. We are both here to tell you about the standard 132 that is very dear to our heart. And it's a pleasure to be here to tell you about this standard. This is the structure of our talk. We'll start with an introduction, and then an overview of the standard. We'll talk about the importance of the standard for Hydro-Québec and more specifically for us in our own work. We'll say a few words on data reporting procedures and then a few closing remarks and a Q&A. As an introduction, as I've said at the onset, Pascal and myself are very happy to talk about Standard Mod 32 because it concerns directly the work that we do. Both our teams work on the planning of the transmission network at Hydro-Québec, but on different horizontals. My team will be in charge of identifying where the transmission network needs to be reinforced to include new generation sources. We are on a middle-term horizon, 5 to 10 years, but Pascal's team will be in charge of setting up the transit capacity in the network and the operation strategies in a shorter view, almost real time sometimes as well. However, our teams have some things in common. We both know, we must know of the behavior of the electric transmission system to make the best decisions possible. Now, we're called upon to make various decisions, like what are the investment projects I have to launch today in order to integrate a new wind farm in 5 years? That's a question I ask myself very often. For Pascal, well, he'll ask, what are the transit limits that I must put on the network next week to make sure that network reliability is ensured during that period? To answer these questions, we must understand the electric behavior of the transmission system, and the only way to do that is to carry out simulation studies, usually with software such as PSSC, if you know this software that we use a lot at Hydro-Québec. However, in order to be able to carry out simulation studies, relevant studies, there's one essential condition: to be able to properly model the transmission system in these simulations. And that implies an impressive amount of data that come not only from Hydro-Québec, but a bit all over. How do we obtain these data? You'll have guessed, it is through the Standard Mod 32. So believe me when I say that this is a standard of capital importance in our work, because it is the underpinning of all of the studies that we carry out in network planning at Hydro-Québec. It is the standard that determines the decisions that we make and sometimes can be broad-scoped. So that was to set the stage. Now, an overview of the standard. What does it entail? Generally speaking, the standard frames data collection used to model Hydro-Québec's transmission system. As I've said earlier, what one must understand is that a good portion of this data comes from Hydro-Québec in-house, but a good portion of these data come from outside, namely everything that concerns private producers, such as wind farms connected on the network, or everything that concerns synchronous networks, transmission systems that are connected to our network, but that do not belong to Hydro-Québec, so Rio Tinto's network, for example. Given this framework, the standard improves the quality of the data we receive, that we collect through various functional entities present in Quebec. And the ultimate goal of it all, the result of this, is that it allows us to improve the accuracy level of our network modeling that we use then to carry out all of our studies, our analyses internally. More specifically now, Mod 32 sets the requirements and the processes related to data reporting. It facilitates our work greatly because it clears up specifically what we need. It standardizes the way in which information is conveyed. And as I've said earlier, it improves the general quality of data. When we talk about modeling, we talk about steady state, dynamic short circuit conditions. It can be very broad, and that is why It concerns many functional entities that you can see here on the screen, so many roles. Let's examine these in greater details. We'll go over these one after the other. Let's start with the top.
Si on commence par le haut, donc au niveau du PC puis du TP.
Okay, the PC and TP, Planning Coordinator and Transmission Planner. That's us, Pascal and myself, essentially speaking. Our role here is to gather data, to develop network models, and for Quebec interconnection. That is our role. In some way, we are the main beneficiaries of Mod 32. We receive the data. For the GOs, generator owners, these are owners of generation installations. They provide data regarding their facilities to allow us to model them. And the entities, here they are, Hydro-Quebec and its electricity generation, hydro facilities belonging to Hydro-Quebec, and as I've said earlier, all of the private promoters that are owners of wind farms, for example, Energex, Boralex, EDF, and so on. And as well, owners of plants that belong in areas that do not belong to Rio Tinto's facilities. That's for the generation sources. For transmission, it's the same principle. We provide data relative to the transmission network and Hydro-Quebec's transmission system. So the entity is Hydro-Quebec, and as well Rio Tinto, Énergie La Lièvre in the Ottawa area that are owners of networks that are synchronous with us. So that's for generation, transmission. Now, LSEs, load-serving entities in Quebec. This is Hydro-Quebec's role in its electricity distribution activities. What we ask is to provide information regarding demand. So the distribution of the load throughout the province, in order to properly model it. Once we have that, the TSP, Transmission System Provider, what info are we looking for? Information regarding interconnections with neighboring networks based on contracts that we struck with the various entities. And finally, once we have all of that, the B8, the Balancing Authority, what we ask of that authority is the production dispatch in the province. Once we bring together all of this information, if we start from the top, we have the interconnections, the load, the dispatch, production dispatch, all of the items that we need to do the modeling of this energy system, this power system. Now, next slide. Now that we've overviewed the standard, why is it important to us? I've talked about that a little bit in my introductory remarks. As I've said, this information is used to model the network, and all of our analyses studies are based on network modeling. So it's of great importance for our internal analyses as well. There are many studies, deliverables that we produce to ourselves comply with some standards that you can see on the screen. I won't go through the list. We'll focus on two standards, TPL1 concerning network planning, and Pascal will tell you about the FAC 14 then. TPL1, what does it require? On an annual basis, we have to carry out an assessment of the transmission network behavior on various time horizons, plan for the future to make sure that the networks that we are planning for comply with all of the performance criteria from NERC and Hydro-Quebec. We must show this on an annual basis. If ever we detect a gap, a violation of some criteria, we must set up a corrective plan. And this can represent operating constraints. It can have major consequences for the business. And all of that is based on the results of our studies, based on the data that we receive through Mod 32. So there's kind of a pyramid here. in terms of importance. Now for FAC 14, Pascal, can you provide an example? Yes, as my colleague has mentioned, we carry out simulation studies. FAC 14 is to establish the transit limit, SOL and IROL. I'll make an analogy to help you understand. The transit limits may be associated with speed limit on the road. Now, analogy for the limit, it would be a rural road, 50 kilometers an hour versus an IROL. It would be the highway, 100 kilometers an hour. The consequences of an accident when you drive at 50 versus 100 kilometers an hour can be very different. And so, this standard dictates how to establish these limits. And as my colleague mentioned, we require modeling data, quality modeling data, in order to set properly these data. We prepare the network to properly react depending on the various types of events that can occur on the network. Precisely. Thank you. The quality of our studies depend on the quality of the data we receive. So garbage in, garbage out, that's we try to avoid through the mod 32. Okay, this was covered already. This is a visual representation of how we go about developing our network models. All that is on the left, the first column, is information we get from mod 32. It's the table that we had earlier. That's information regarding the transmission equipment, demand forecast, dispatch information, interconnection, and this information is received, validated, collated, put into databases, and then we develop our network models. One thing must be mentioned. We have to model the network for our own needs at Hydro-Québec, yes, but we must also share this modeling with our partners, for example, NPCC and NERC, in order to set a network model that covers North America. These data are also useful to our partners and will dictate the results of their own studies as well. So this is how things move in the system. So I think that's it for that slide.
I'll
tell you more about the data reporting procedure. The first requirement of mod 32-1, Hydro-Québec has to set the procedure that is required for data transmission, how this is conveyed, what data to send. All of that is synthesized in the document that is available on Hydro-Québec's site through the link on the presentation. By and large, there's the reporting process. All communication must be done through a centralized email. The address is on the screen. Data transmission, well, these can be confidential data, so through an encrypted email or an FTP, secured FTP server. Still in the document, we specify, as I've mentioned earlier, the models that we want, what data we want. We ask deliverables in various formats. There is a first one, tables. We're talking about data sheets, all of the electric parameters written. Often there are Excel tables that are being sent to us. And as well, simulation files. We use PSSE. It is a simulation tool of the electric behavior. We ask for SAVE and DIRE formats. SAVE, that's for the steady state condition, a quasi-steady state condition of the network, versus DIRE. It is a dynamic behavior of the network. Then we have to see, okay, there's a fault on the line, there is a trigger, how the voltage will vary, how the frequency will vary, is my network at risk of instability or not? So that is sent with the DIRE format, and that is how we'll proceed with the simulation. Quickly, this is template example, as I've mentioned, it's an Excel sheet. This is a plant data example. We have all of the groups in a facility. We'll have the impedance, all of the data required for the simulation. Mod 32 is a standard in itself, but there are other standards that feed into this mod in order to improve the quality level of the data conveyed to us. We mentioned a few already. Mod 25. This dictates everything that concerns active and reactive power capacity of the equipment. It will focus on the network's behavior. It's important data to get. Mod 26 and 27 now.
26-27, donc, sont plus au niveau des
concern production groups, speed regulator, voltage regulator, in order to have quality data. And this goes a bit further. Sometimes they'll ask for on-site measurement to enrich the quality of the data. Finally, Mod 33, it's an extension of Mod 32. Mod 33 has to focus on an event that occurred on the Hydro-Quebec network and to reproduce it as a simulation in a steady state condition and a transit or dynamic condition. There are two phases to this analysis. And our goal when we do simulation is to have results that are the closest as possible to the behavior of the network. Sometimes it's difficult. And this standard, you know, when we have good investigators, good SMEs, they'll do research and they'll find gaps in modeling and parameters, and it allows us to improve things, to have feedback, and to improve the content of our simulation. So it's a very important standard. Now, this is the schematics of the relationships between the various standards. I'll go over this quickly. Now, the data transmission schedule. It is a highly focused work, highly important work, 6-month intensive work every year. Early in the year, it even starts in October. We get the load forecasts from Hydro-Quebec through its generation activities. Then in January, we'll start to build the network model. In February, we'll get generation data. In March, we'll put the data together. In April, we'll receive all of the exchange programs with interconnections, the outages, the plans, in order to finalize the generation exercise of a basic network for the month of May. And as my colleague was saying, over the summer, these networks will be shared with the NPCC, amongst others. There's a working group where they will do simulations at broader scale than compared to what we do when we consider only the Hydro-Quebec's network. Now, closing remarks and question period. We published an important notice this year, a transition notice for the PSSC version. We'll be migrating to the version 36. The software manufacturer is making a technology change, a major change in the software, and we therefore have to recreate models in previous versions. For example, at Hydro-Quebec, what does it mean? Well, we had models to represent the behavior of network automatic components, and it has to be reprogrammed for it to be compatible. But when we talk about external entities, the wind farm models will have to be reprogrammed. Even same thing for interconnections. It is major work. We are doing this ahead of time because we know it will entail a lot of work. We started with communications. We know that it will be an issue for everyone, and we wanted to be proactive here to convey this as early as possible to meet the deadline with the NPCC. You know, the networks will have to be compatible with this version. Finally, well, it's very important. Modeling is very important, yes, because it is used in many aspects of our studies, and our studies lead to network reliability. It is a yearly engagement. We ask entities to provide on an annual basis these data. If data is exchanged, there still must be communication to confirm things. We have to force reflection to make sure, are my data up to date or not? And we want to maintain this space to ensure a high level of quality. Future outlook now. Of course, we can see that the standard is gaining in importance. We expect rigor and increased rigidity. When we talk about, well, maybe you've heard about this, but we talked about electromagnetic transient studies for new technologies. This is another software that is used, and the goal or the issue is that it requires even more data, more specialized data, data that are even more difficult to get at than the data we are asking for the types of studies we carry out. So eventually, well, Mod 32 will have to progress, and we must be prepared. We need the best momentum, the best collaboration, and the best quality level in order to do our job, to carry out our mission on a daily basis. One last thing, you mentioned it briefly, the importance of the standard will be greater and greater, namely because of how the energy mix is getting more complex. Hydro wants to add a lot of wind farms, for example. Well, there are more external entities that will send data to us. And the more it increases, the more it will have an impact on our network. Therefore, it's even more important to receive the best data possible. It's already important. It will be even more so in coming years. Thank you. Are there any questions? Question from the room.
Merci.
Thank you. What do you do if an entity does not send data? Good question. We asked for help. Yes, indeed. We exchange with the entity. We try to accommodate them as much as possible to find a mutually agreeable solution. And if we do not obtain data satisfactorily, we'll call upon the mandatory aspect of the standard to force them to provide data. In the past, did we do that, Pascal? Do you know? Well, as someone has said, sometimes, we understand the context. We can give an example with wind generation. We talk about, technologies. The first technologies go back a long time ago. There were changes in owners. Some manufacturers went bankrupt. And we ask again and again. Sometimes we ask for help with our compliance colleagues, legal colleagues, to this in a stepwise fashion to show how important it is. And ultimately, if there were needs, major issues, we could turn to the Régie l'Énergie to help us out, because this is work that takes a long time, and that must be done with great rigor. Are there any other questions?
Oui, merci. Éric Beau de BBA. Je me demandais, est-ce que vous avez des scoops sur...
Thank you. Do you have scoops on 2026? Will there be a Mod 32 update compared to used models? And do you want new functions in the generic models? Will the used models will have the same functionalities? What will happen in 2026? For the coming year, will keep the 34.8 version. The notice that was published is for people to start preparing. In the 2027 cycle, it will be asked for. Usually we want for functionalities, current functionalities, to be kept. We need continuity in the proper functioning of models and behavior. And regarding new functionalities, I could not tell you. Maybe there are new ones we'll want to integrate since we have work to redo. And if I may add, what we want is a model that represents real life. Let's take, for example, wind farms. We know very well that the generic model is somewhat limited, or in the past they were limited in scope. But if these models evolve over time, well, maybe one day we'll no longer need these older models. It's not really us who determine what models we'll receive. We want a model that will be representative of the actual behavior of the facility. Now, this is the responsibility of the entity to convey the model that meets that requirement. So that's how I would answer you. Thank you.
Oui, bonjour. Ma question, c'est par rapport à la mode 32.
My question regards mod 32. I think that earlier you mentioned the wind farm manufacturer that went bankrupt. Indeed, that is one of our cases. This wind farm manufacturer does not have the source code anymore. It got lost in the sea of IP that was transmitted to another business. So my question is the following. If we have to redo a model, it has to be redone from scratch with people who do not know the machine. And I would like to hear you on this. I understand that something is needed, but if there's already a model, but that must be recreated in a higher version, no source code, our actions are quite limited. Indeed, this is a particular case. I have that case in mind, I believe. Now, this is with reservations, but in the absence of a model, we're under the impression that it's always possible to develop one with actual measures, like Pascal said. It is great work. It requires a lot of investment. We understand. But in our opinion, it's pretty much just the only way to represent faithfully the facility. So I guess our position would be that, yes, it's difficult. Still, we need it. So let's deploy the necessary efforts to get it. Otherwise, in my opinion, I don't see an alternative here. If, in the case you are mentioning, there's no source code, the knowledge is gone, it is possible to rebuild that knowledge, in our opinion. I'd like to specify one thing. What Saman raises, it is the desirable solution, the optimal solution that would lead to the best result. The fact remains that in our documents, we, for example, we allow the use of generic models. If we move to a generic model, we'll have to make efforts for this model to be parametered to provide the behavior that is the closest possible as the actual behavior of the equipment. So we'll need to know what are the limitations, in what event will these things be less well represented. So there's a compromise to be made here, maybe, but efforts must be put in, even to use a generic model in order to have a faithful representation. Of course, one model is better than no model, but we have a kind of a global view, and what we are reluctant to do is to make exceptions because it leads to a precedent, and given the number of generational network, if we start making exceptions, we won't reach our goal. These cases can be managed on a case-per-case basis, and maybe reaching a compromise. It would be possible to choose a model that is closest to reality, but we need something. So that's it. Does that answer your question? It answers partially my question, but I understand what you're saying. I have another question regarding Mod 32. So this standard defines the PSSE models, the PSSE format models that are required to this day, and also dictates to those that are no longer used, that have become obsolete. Why are former models no longer good? That's my question. And this concerns a situation when we're with old turbines, knowledge was lost in the manufacturer, maybe there was a bankruptcy, and why do models with prior models no longer good? Well, I don't have a specific example in mind, but we started to install wind farms in the year 2000s, and modeling has evolved in parallel. It was new for everyone. The list of unacceptable models, as far as I'm concerned, are models that have demonstrated errors that have been discovered over time through various studies. And these models were proven to not be representative of reality. That's why they're on the list of banished models. This list is constantly evolving from what I understand. So once that is known, well, the model becomes unacceptable. And often what we ask for is to replace it with a model that represents faithfully reality. That's the reason why we cannot find that a model that was acceptable before and that is now unacceptable, because errors were documented. When I say we, it's not only Hydro-Québec, it's NPCC often. So that's it. And my last question, it concerns Hydro-Québec's request to move to version 36 of PSSE in 2027. Has Hydro-Québec contacted Siemens, the software developer, to see if there couldn't be extensions in order to read the earlier versions? I understand that version 36, the more will go up. It's a bit like Excel files. We'll be able to open prior versions, but it's not the case right now.
Est-ce que cet élément-là a été Est-ce que les utilités comme Hydro-Québec et autres
utilities like Hydro-Québec and others asked Siemens to be able to open prior versions with version 36. I'll start, and Pascal, if you have more information, you can continue. As far as I know, like Pascal has mentioned, version 36 is a major technological leap. It's not possible to leave behind. Did we ask the question to Siemens? I don't know. In fact, we could continue to use the current version. The fact remains that you know, computer developments, IT developments, I mean, we'll move to 36 and already they're working on 37. It's a leap, but we're somewhat behind. There are many functionalities that we would not have access to without moving up. And as I've mentioned, in order to share information in a compatible way with our NPCC neighbors, it will be unavoidable, but to move forward with this change in an orchestrated manner. So we haven't asked the question. It requires some efforts. Even today, for example, to move to 34, many models have to be recollated. From 36 on, the collation model of used models will change, but it will become a unique collation or an easier collation for subsequent versions. There won't be any model evolution work to do compared to what we are asked now. For 36 and up, models will be easily integrated. That's why we accept to do this change for the future. And I would like to add as well that Version 34 is no longer supported for a few years now, so I would be surprised that Siemens would accept to extend it once again. I would count on that. It was more of an extension regarding the functionality in version 36 that could be the prior versions. That was my point. And just to let you know, there are many things that we can do. You know, when there's a wind farm manufacturer that went bankrupt and with the absence of source code, we're starting from scratch. And it leads to major costs. I won't tell you about these costs here, but it's major. We understand. Thank you. Thank you so much. Respect. Thank you. Thank you to the speakers. This concludes the Q&A. Thank you. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, nous remercions Pascal et Sarmat pour cette présentation bien éclairante. N'hésitez pas à transmettre vos questions additionnelles.
And convey your questions if you have more to the email you'll see at the end of the presentation. Now, we will make our first break this afternoon. Go stretch your legs down the atrium. Coffee is being served, and we'll start here again at 2:35. I have a message for speakers. Those who have talked and will talk, please, we'll take a picture just outside this room to commemorate the day.
Let's continue the seminar with the next presentation. I have the pleasure to present to you Mr. Brian Robinson, Manager, Registration, Certification, Risk, NPCC. He will present to us Introduction to Risk-Based Compliance.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Christian. I am Brian Robinson, the Manager of Registration, Certification, and Risk at NPCC. Just give me 1 second. And today I'm going to be talking about risk-based compliance. I'm going to give an introduction to what the risk-based program is and how NERC utilizes that risk-based program to make informed decisions about compliance monitoring. Okay, here's my agenda for today. So I'll walk through an overview, give a little introduction and some historical context around the NERC program and risk-based compliance. Actually, I can go through that a little bit quicker because Laurentia already highlighted a number of the items I was going to touch on. I'll go through the iterations that we've used for compliance monitoring since the inception of the program, and then provide a status on the current use of risk as it is used to inform compliance monitoring activities. We will also discuss briefly some internal controls information and discuss compliance oversight plans, and then I have a list of resources that could be used. So this is my overview. So today we're going to be talking about risk-based compliance monitoring approach and how we use risk to really direct our resources when it comes to monitoring to really enhance the reliability of the bulk power system. We'll introduce concepts of risk-based compliance, the role internal controls plays in developing a good compliance program, and how to build a proactive culture of compliance. So, the Energy Policy Act of 2005 was a big push following the 2003 blackout in northeastern North America. It did create the authorization of NERC as the Electric Reliability Organization, the ERO. It set forth a regional delegation agreement framework, and it provided NERC the authority to draft reliability standards and monitor against those reliability standards. It did also urge the negotiation of international agreements with applicable governmental authorities in both Canada and Mexico. NERC is an international independent not-for-profit. Their mission is to assure the effective and efficient reduction of risk to the reliability and security of the grid. They cover all of the United States, most of Canada, and the northern portion of Baja California, Mexico. The jurisdiction is defined by the NERC Rules of Procedure. Section 500 defines the users, owners, and operators of the bulk power system that must follow those reliability standards. And the NERC develops and enforces those reliability standards. It conducts annual assessments for reliability purposes. It monitors, has a monitoring role for the bulk power system through system awareness, education, provides a training aspect for registered entities, and it does certify industry personnel. So certain roles, transmission operator, reliability coordinator, balancing authority, require the personnel fulfilling those roles to be trained and certified, and NERC provides that training and certification process. This is the timeline of the formation of NERC. We've seen a slide pretty similar to this earlier today. But NERC has been around for quite some time. So it was formed in 1968 as a voluntary organization comprised of participants in the electric industry. They drafted a number of reliability guides that were voluntarily followed by the members of NERC. In 1981, they changed their name from the National Electric Reliability Corporation to the North American Electric Reliability Corporation in recognition of Canadian participation. The blackout happened in 2003, and that really, the major finding out of the analysis of that blackout was really that the electric industry should have some level of mandatory reliability standards. In 2004, those standards were published as the version 0 reliability standards. They were a start, we'll say. The Energy Policy Act of 2005 allowed NERC to now make those reliability standards mandatory for all of the registered entities. And in 2007, those first mandatory reliability standards were effective and enforceable. And then, as mentioned before, in 2009, the Memorandum of Understanding with Quebec was signed, and that brought Quebec into the fold of the NERC reliability program. Next, I'm going to talk a little bit about the historical evolution of compliance monitoring. In the beginning, 2007, we had something known as check-the-box compliance. Effectively, every registered entity has a set of reliability standards that are applicable to that type. So transmission planner has things like Mod 32, where they're applicable to, and they have to do those functions around Mod 32. That's gathering data, running studies, and really planning the system. Distribution providers have a different function. They connect the transmission system to the customer load, and they're responsible for that portion of the bulk power system. Generator owners and operators run the generators. They produce the megawatts that are needed. So each function has a set of reliability standards that they are applicable to. In 2007, in check-the-box compliance, there was no consideration of risk, and every reliability standard that was applicable to an entity was included in their scope for monitoring. So you got the full gamut every single time. This was sort of an untenable situation in compliance monitoring space, in that it was very labor intensive. There was a lot of standards that had to be complied with and demonstrated. And some of those standards were not as important, we'll say. They didn't have such a critical function as others. So that lack of consideration of risk really was labor intensive unnecessarily. The other thing about the program in the 2007 timeframe is it was very punitive in nature. Every non-compliance was deemed a full non-compliance, and there was no relief that we have today for things like compliance exceptions or fine fixed track, like off-ramps for violations. So This caused a number of problems moving forward in the early implementation of the program that would be realized later. Following the check-the-box compliance of 2007 timeframe, we moved into this actively monitored list. This was a little bit more risk-based in nature. NERC and the regional entities at the time would create a list of the standards that would be monitored in the coming year. And every entity that was applicable to those standards just got that subset list of standards. So it was still very cookie cutter from an audit scope perspective. Every entity received the same scope with no consideration of the individual risks an entity might present, but it was a step in the right direction in that we were not monitoring everything that could be applicable to that entity. So this was the first step in the right direction when it came to considering risk and how risk should inform the compliance monitoring program overall. In 2011, the Compliance Enforcement Initiative was kicked off, and this was really an important phase in the NERC program, in that it started to recognize that some non-compliance were more important than others, that some non-compliance that were minimal in nature maybe shouldn't have a monetary penalty associated with it. There should be a lower level of enforcement action around those types of those types of non-compliance issues, and they created this thing called find, fix, and track process. So it was a proposal that said, you know, this is a miss. We recognize this miss as a non-compliance, but let's not go through the whole rigmarole and penalty phase. Let's get an off-ramp earlier in the process, a little bit easier, and we'll track to make sure that the entity is doing the right thing moving forward as it relates to that standard. But we don't necessarily need to have a monetary penalty with them. So this was a pretty big shift, and this was an important shift because up to this point, all of the regional entities in the punitive nature that the program was run prior, all the regional entities were gaining a backlog of noncompliance. There was simply not enough staff to keep up with the amount of noncompliance, and this backlog was becoming bigger and bigger. It was just not a situation that could continue forever. Following the success of that 2011 programs that kicked off, another initiative was kicked off by NERC. This was the Reliability Assurance Initiative. And this was taking the successes they saw on the enforcement side, and let's apply them to compliance monitoring now. How can we make the compliance monitoring program better overall? So they would use, at this time, NERC began and the regional entities began using risk-based oversight. So compliance oversight was tailored not by a regional risk or not by an actively monitored list, but by the risks an entity actually presents in their own. We were able to start using internal controls to assess those risks. If an entity is, has a lot of transmission assets, well, you'd expect transmission to be a big risk for that entity. But if they have appropriate controls in place to manage some of those risks, we can see a reduction in that risk. So we can really start to tailor the compliance monitoring for individual entities. And this Reliability Assurance Initiative influenced, we call it the Compliance Monitoring Enforcement Program 2.0. So it was the next iteration. It was seen as a big change in how NERC and the ERO overall was going to do business moving forward. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about the modern compliance, the modern risk-based compliance framework that was sort of born out of that Reliability Assurance Initiative in that 2012 timeframe. This picture here is, sorry, got to advance both slides. This picture here in the 2012-2013 timeframe, if you were involved in the ERO program, you've seen this picture 1,000 times. It was on every single document that I could get my hands on in that timeframe. And it really is the flow chart on how the first iteration of risk-based compliance from that Reliability Assurance Initiative was operating. So the first circle you have there, your risk elements. This comes out of the Compliance Monitoring Enforcement Program Implementation Plan, in your case, the QCMEP, which is produced annually. And those risk elements are informed by a number of inputs. They're developed annually, and they say this area is a risk. In 2026, as an example, grid transformation is a risk, so how the grid is changing rapidly. And what they'll do is they'll tie reliability standards to those risk elements. So that's your starting list of risks, we'll say. And then we have our first level of screening for an individual entity. They'll go through what is called an inherent risk assessment. There are a number of, I'm going to use risk a lot, there are a number of risk factors. And these are the inherent characteristics of an entity that you really can't change unless you were to make a pretty significant modification to your organization. So buying or selling transmission or generation might be an example of how you could change your inherent risk assessment. There are other things like what is your CIP impact rating? So if you're high or medium or low BES cyber systems, that's an inherent characteristic that you have. That inherent characteristics results in your inherent risk assessment scope, and that's should be a reduction of the overall risk elements as identified in the CMEP-IP. The ICE, Internal Controls Evaluation. We don't do that anymore. This is a little bit legacy, but that was reviewing your internal controls program against those risks that came out of your inherent risk assessment and further reducing your scope of monitoring to really what was critically important to an entity. As opposed to doing separate assessments now for internal controls evaluation, we bake internal controls reviews into all aspects of compliance monitoring moving forward. So it's not an independent assessment, but it's just baked into the process moving forward. And then based on the results of your inherent risk assessment, we select what tools from the CMEP toolbox we're going to use to monitor an entity. So we have audits is one method, we have spot checks, we have self-certifications. There are a number of other methods that we can use to monitor entities. And all that is culminated into a final report, the Compliance Oversight Plan, the COP. And entities receive this report, and it provides those risk categories that we think they present risk. It has a summary of how we conducted the assessment, right? What are those inherent characteristics that were considered? There is an aspect of positive performance. I'll get into that a little bit later. And considering all those factors, we make a determination that an entity should be monitored a certain way. Okay. The Compliance Monitoring Enforcement Program, I just wanted to touch on this because it is pretty important document, as you can see from the previous slide. It does define those risk elements. So produced annually by NERC. It is posted by NERC by November 1st for the coming year, and then it is adopted by Quebec and posted here. Again, it identifies those risk elements. So this year, a couple of the risk elements we're identifying are grid transformation. And that would be things like the modeling standards, MOD 25, 26, 27, or protection system coordination, PRC 27. So as you add equipment to the grid, as the grid is modified, where are those critical areas where you could see risk? Physical security is a risk element for this year. Facility ratings continues to be a risk element. It has been on the list for years and years. I don't think it'll be going away anytime soon. Supply chain is a risk to the is a risk element this year. And those risk elements are, again, tied to standards. When I say physical security, you should be thinking CIP-3 for low-impact entities, CIP-6 for medium or high-impact entities, and then maybe CIP-14 for medium-impact transmission stations and substations, control centers. So you could tie those risk elements very specifically back to reliability standards. Okay, so I spoke about an inherent risk assessment previously and how that is your filter from the risk elements into what the risks an entity actually presents.
So this is the first step in risk-based compliance, and we use a number of risk factors. So CIP impact is one of those. There's a list of 13 or 14 different risk factors. They would include things like the amount of load that you have, your transmission portfolio. Do you have voltage control equipment? Do you have voltage control equipment that's not a generator, so synchronous condensers or other? Do you have monitoring or situational awareness tools that you're utilizing? What is your under-frequency load shedding program look like? Are you responsible for designing the under-frequency load shedding program? So those are all things that play into the inherent risk assessment. Key sources of information include historical compliance data. So we're going to be looking at your past audits. We're going to be looking at your system configuration. We gather data through risk factor questionnaires and entity risk profile questionnaires. We want to look at your operational practices. So we gather as much information as we can prior to conducting the inherent risk assessment. And it really is a guide for development of the compliance oversight plan as we're prioritizing what risks an entity should be monitored against. The compliance oversight plan, as I've mentioned, takes that inherent risk assessment as the major input, we'll say, but then it also includes a number of performance considerations. Those performance considerations are things like your culture of compliance. By that I mean, do you have a lot of non-compliance, for example? If you do have a lot of non-compliance, how are you discovering that non-compliance? Are we discovering it during audits, or are you self-reporting those issues? Do you have an internal controls program? As I said, it's baked into the process now. We look at other performance metrics such as generator availability, transmission availability, whether or not you have misoperations, and if you have misoperations, what are the cause of those protection system misoperations? So there are a number of different factors that we look at when developing the compliance oversight plan. Based on that inherent risk assessment and the compliance oversight plan development and all the factors that we look at, we bucket the entities into 6 different categories for general monitoring timelines. So I said we have a number of tools in the toolbox. So we may want to come look at you if you're a very risky entity in our mind. We may want to look at you every 1 to 3 years. It might not be an audit every time. It might be a spot check or a self-certification, but we want to make sure that we're engaging from a compliance monitoring perspective much more frequently. Moderate risk, you can see, is the 3 to 5 year, and a lower risk entity might not see us for 5 to 7 years. Now you notice that there's 2 sub-buckets in each bucket. One is with demonstrated positive performance, the other is without demonstrated positive performance. This demonstrated positive performance is really based on those, from the previous slide, those performance considerations. So how well you are developing an internal controls program, or your success at generator availability, or what is your culture of compliance? If we ask a question, are you willing to share information, or do you try and stonewall when we're engaging with you? So those are the things that we're going to consider when looking at demonstrated positive performance and recategorizing or rebucketing. All that being said, there are 3 functions, the big 3 functions: transmission operator, balancing authority, reliability coordinator, that the NERC rules of procedure obligates us to conduct an audit at least once every 3 years. So that is the one caveat to the bucketing in a compliance oversight plan. You could be the smallest transmission operator in the world with 1 single line. We have to come see you once every 3 years. Okay. I do want to touch on the risk categories because this is a question we get often, and sometimes it's a little difficult to find what those risk categories are. So these are the risk categories, and these are again mapped to standards. And this is really the result of the compliance oversight plan. So when we complete the compliance oversight plan, you should have a list of risk categories that are applicable to your entity. And they could be any number of these. So a large transmission owner, for example, we might see they have risk in asset and system identification. So PRC5 is a really good example. We had a great presentation from Kim earlier on PRC5. If you're a large transmission owner, how do you know that you have identified all of your protection system components that are required to be in your protection system maintenance plan? Are you confident that you've identified every single DC control circuitry, every single CT, PT, relay, right? So those are a risk that we would want to look at. Contrasting that from a smaller entity, but using the same standard, it is also mapped to the asset system management and maintenance that you see up there. So a smaller entity, we might have less of a concern that they haven't identified all the components of their protection system program, but we want to look very specifically on how they're actually maintaining those components. If they're a smaller entity, that often means they have a less sophisticated program overall, and that could be where they present risk. Maybe they're not thorough in their examinations. Maybe they're constantly missing that, did I check for unintentional grounds on my battery systems? So those are the considerations that we're looking at when we identify these risk categories. And these are all the risk categories that we would bucket entities into. Okay. Next, I'm going to touch on internal controls a little bit. I think Kimberly also did a very nice job of talking about internal controls earlier. So a lot of this will be repetitive, but it is important, so I think that's worthwhile. So internal controls ensure compliance with standards and mitigate risks to the bulk power system. So the three types of controls are preventative, detective, and corrective, and they help to stop, identify, and fix the issues. We see effective controls provide assurance of compliance and enable continuous improvement. And they can have an impact on your compliance monitoring. So we saw previously that internal controls are identified as a performance consideration. That means that we could bucket you into that demonstrated positive performance, and you would expect to see us less often. Even without that being the case, if we have confidence in your internal controls program, that could mean that we're going to reduce the number of samples that we're looking at. Maybe the audit team will not dive quite as deeply into a specific area because your controls are strong and you've been able to demonstrate that so that the auditors can achieve that elusive, reasonable assurance much sooner than they would otherwise. So why should you implement a controls program? So proactive risk identification. Internal controls help identify risks before violations may occur. Again, the three types of controls, preventative, detective, and corrective, they all work together to minimize the potential of noncompliance, and if there is a noncompliance, hopefully mitigate the extent of condition of that noncompliance. Embedding your controls shouldn't be something that's outside of or on top of your program. They should be embedded into the program so that they're part of operations day in and day out. Right? Look at your programs, identify single points of failures. Those are great places to build controls around. And a strong internal controls, again, can reduce our monitoring potentially, depending on your ability to demonstrate that and provide that reasonable assurance. NERC didn't develop their internal controls program. The ERO didn't develop this in a silo, right? They used the tools that were available to them. And a very good tool is the Committee of Sponsoring Organizations of the Treadway Commission, COSO framework. So this provides a way for us to evaluate the maturity and effectiveness of internal control programs. It has 5 key components: the control environment, the risk assessments, control activities, information and communication, and then monitoring. And there's different levels of maturity that you can have when developing your internal controls program. So compliance and improvement. So the COSO supports alignment with the NERC standards and fosters accountability and continuous improvement. Okay, so that's controls. I do want to provide a little bit of reference material, just a couple of tidbits that I think might be interesting for how some of this all fits together with, day-to-day activities. So the first one is compliance guidance. Compliance guidance, there's a lot of it out there. There have been several attempts by the ERO to write good and effective compliance guidance. The first iteration was not tremendously well received. It was these compliance application notices called CANs. This is just for historical reference. CANs were not supposed to modify the scope or applicability of a standard. They shouldn't change the language of the requirement. They were just supposed to provide additional information. A really good example, I have an example up there for CAN 6 on EOP 5. I have a better example, annual. What does annual mean? Everybody knows what annual means, right? Once a year, that's all I have to do it. But if I do it on December 31st, does that mean that I can do it on January 1st again, same activity, and be compliant for another annual cycle? Well, that took a little bit of figuring out. So there was a CAN on how to define annual. So those are the types of things that these compliance application notices were supposed to be doing. That program was retired. Some of the CANs were identified to be potentially problematic as they were seen to be expanding or very specifically interpreting sections of standards that weren't universally held. So that process was retired. And what we have now, oh, sorry, I missed a slide. What we have now is implementation guidance and the CMEP practice guides. And this is the current guidance that the ERO produces. So implementation guidance, written by the industry for the industry. This is a way to comply with a standard that's been vetted by NERC and the ERO. And basically, if you follow these, you are provided compliance deference. You've taken this document, you've adopted it to your situation, you're following it as closely as you can. NERC, ERO, during an engagement, is supposed to look at these and provide that compliance deference. This is a successful way of being compliant with this reliability standard. The other one is CMEP practice guides. These are published only for transparency. They're not for the industry. They are for auditors. Auditors look at these and they provide guidance on how auditors should actually engage with the registered entities when reviewing these reliability standards. They're published for transparency, but they have the questions that you're going to be asked. So if you want sort of the answers to the test before you get to the test, these are very good documents that I would really highly suggest reviewing. Okay, a little bit of what does the future hold, and I think this is good because it'll tie into the next presentation just a little bit. But I pulled out some information that I could find publicly available. So the first one that I want to highlight is CER, is that Canadian Energy Regulator? Yes, okay. And they have a very good website that provides a lot of information on like generation mix. So I wanted to look, I was curious. When I'm looking at that grid transformation risk element, and in other areas like Texas, we might be looking at how fast IBRs are being integrated. Other areas, we might be looking at how fast data center load is being integrated. So I wanted to look. And what I found on that website, the information was a little bit dated, but they expect that the expansion of hydro to really match the expansion of IBRs. So your resource mix percentage-wise is going to stay about the same. But last year, S&P Global had an article on where are we seeing data center load integrate. So Ontario is outpacing everybody in Canada, but Quebec isn't that far behind. So of the 239 at the time of that article in late 2024, of the 239, 57 of those data centers, those large load data centers, were located here in Quebec. So that is where we're going to see your risks around grid transformation moving forward. It is sort of in that large load space. Finally, I just have a bunch of additional resources that I thought might be useful. Right, I have the CMEP IP. how we identify risks, so you can look at that information. There's frequently asked questions around compliance oversight plans, some really good information around internal controls that are published all on the NERC website. And with that, that concludes my presentation, so I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Brian. Est-ce qu'on a des questions dans la salle?
Are there questions in the room?
None so far.
Good.
None on the Zoom, but I do have one question. So in response to the COSO maturity model, slide 22, is NPCC planning to adopt a more formal internal controls maturity model or something similar to incorporate internal controls scoring?
Good question. So two things. First, the ERO overall, so NERC and the regional entities, have developed a maturity model that is based on the COSO framework. So that is available for use and adoption by the regional entities. NPCC specifically, we are developing a program, internal controls and really program assessment program that we're working through right now. So it's a 2-year development cycle that we're going through in 2025 and 2026. In 2025, we really focused on developing a program design maturity assessment. So as opposed to looking at individual internal controls, like, you know, I have this fancy software platform that tracks all my maintenance activities for PRC5. We wanted to look more holistically at organizations. What is your capability to design an effective internal control? And if you've designed those internal controls, how are you implementing those internal controls? And do it sort of in a broader base, not just focused on reliability compliance and the NERC standards, but look at your organization holistically. And then phase 2 is going to be looking at those internal controls. For those entities that have good mature programs, we can then start looking at their internal controls that they have and gain that reasonable assurance about their reduction of risk overall. So it's a pretty big program that we're developing right now. We are in the piloting phase of phase 1 currently, so more information to come next year certainly, but it is based on the COSO framework, and the way that we've structured it is any entity that goes through the assessment will have very actionable granular feedback on how to mature their programs moving forward. And it's a voluntary process. We're not going to force anybody to go through it. We've hopefully designed it to reduce the entity's work, and it's more work on our side. Basically going back to that idea that if it's not written down, if you don't have a process document around it, it doesn't exist today. So that's what we're doing around that COSO framework today.
And all those resources that you said you're about to design, so are they published on the NPCC? Not yet.
They're not, and I don't know that we'll publish the actual workbooks behind the scenes. We're definitely going to publish training materials around them. So there'll be a lot of information coming out as we develop the program.
No, good to know. Good to know. And one more question, and because we still have 2 more minutes, does NPCC consider reducing audit frequency or scope for registered entities with proven and effective internal controls?
Yes. So caveats to that, right? TOP or CBA have to be audited every 3 years, so we have to set them aside. Yes, we do. It's more today, we would use internal controls and effective internal controls to reduce sampling and maybe reduce if there was very good controls in your last engagement and you had positive observations, maybe not focusing on that standard. But that doesn't mean that your audit scope overall would get smaller potentially, because we might just shift your risk focus. Or you've addressed the risk in this area, maybe we want to look at the risks over here now, because that's your next highest risk. So yes, with caveats, we are reducing at some level.
With caveats, but for example, I'm a good entity, I have a good compliance history, so instead of an audit, is it possible to move to a self-certification instead
Yes.
of an audit.
Yep.
So it's possible.
That is absolutely possible. Yep.
Good. Good to know. Good. Almost done. No question on the Zoom in the room. Ceci conclut la période de questions. Thank you very much.
This
Brian.
concludes the Q&A.
Donc, merci à Brian pour cette présentation fort instructive.
Thank you,
Nous passons
Brian,
maintenant
for
à
this
la
very
prochaine présentation.
instructive
Donc, tout le monde
talk.
merci
The next
d'accueillir
presentation
Madame
now,
Latrice
let's welcome
directrice
Latrice
de l'ingénierie à la NERC, pour nous
Harkness,
parler de l'avenir de
engineering
l'intégration
head
des
NERC,
grands
to
volumes de
tell us about the future of large load integration.
It's interesting when you get a button on the clicker that says don't press and you want to press it so bad, like how you tell your kids, like don't do that, but they still do that. But I won't press it today. My name is Latrice Harkness and I am the Director of Engineering at NERC. I've been with NERC for a little over 11 years, and this is my second year here presenting, so thank you for allowing me the opportunity to present again. It's much, much colder this time. I live in Georgia, so it's a toasty 42 degrees there Fahrenheit right now, but this has been quite an interesting trip, but excited as well. So we're going to shift gears a little bit, and I'm going to talk about one of the emerging risks that we are addressing at NERC. And as you can see here, my presentation is entitled The Future of Large Load Integration. So I wanted to start with this slide because as we can see, and as Brian discussed, we are seeing a large increase of emerging loads, large loads, particularly data centers. And so this slide right here, I just wanted to illustrate where that rapid growth is and what types of loads we're seeing. Also, there were some system events that brought this to our attention as well. And so all the things that we have done, we have a large load task force, a large load action plan that NERC is implementing, and we will continue that into 2026. So this information is informing how we move within that action plan. So for the sake of all the work that's being done with the large load task force that was actually formed in August of 2024. First meeting happened in October. There's a work plan that they have, and in order to implement that work plan, they were asked to come up with a definition of large load. And what you see here is that definition for the purposes of all the products that they produce will use this definition of large loads. If you notice here, there's no set demand threshold as of yet because we don't have enough information in order to create that bright line as far as registration or any of those things are concerned. And the risk is based on demand and operational characteristics. And a lot of the products go into very good detail about those characteristics and the demand. Moving forward, what has also been done within this work plan is to develop or actually categorize the large loads. And so you see here we have computational load, industrial load, and hydrogen production facilities. And so what I'm going to focus on is that top computational load. The industrial load, we've had it for a while, but it's not operating the same as what we're seeing with the characteristics, as I stated, with the large loads. So the large load task force, these are three of the documents that are on their work plan. The first one being the characteristics and risk of emerging large loads. This was what we called white paper 1. So if you hear us talking about the large loads white paper 1, this is that white paper. This white paper is published as of right now on the NERC website. That white paper, I'll go into detail about each of the white papers and the reliability guidelines, but it was just pretty much to identify what the risks were. White paper 2, as you see in the middle, assessment of gaps in existing Practices, requirements, and reliability standards for emerging large loads. White paper 2 is in draft right now. It has not been published. It is planned to be published Q1 of 2026. And then we move into our reliability guideline. And the reliability guideline is risk mitigation for emerging large loads. And if you don't receive the NERC emails, the reliability guideline is out for comment, industry comment right now until December the 19th. So I encourage you to read this reliability guideline and provide any feedback that you may have to the Large Load Task Force to incorporate into the finalization of this guideline. So let's move into white paper 1. As I said, white paper 1, pretty much the primary purpose of white paper 1 was to identify those risks. And so these risks in white paper 1 were categorized in the topics that you see here on the slide, from long-term planning to stability to physical and cybersecurity risk, as well as load shedding programs and system restoration. As we move into white paper 2 looks at the gaps based on those risk categories. And what you see here, it provides an analysis of the risk identified in white paper 1 concerning planning, practice, and performance. And so going down the list, white paper 2 talks about interconnection processes and requirements, planning and resource adequacy, operations and balancing, ride-through, stability and power quality gaps, security and resilience gaps, and modeling gaps. And so you can see, going from white paper 1, we've identified and prioritized the risks, to now we're looking at what the gaps are so we can determine how do we mitigate those risks. Still talking about white paper 2, wanted to talk about the highlights here and what the Large Load Task Force has done. And you'll see this also in a lot of the presentations concerning this white paper. Is the gap analysis shows many gaps of high likelihood with high impact. And so you see here on the, I'm not even going to call out the axes right now because I don't want to get it wrong, but the vertical axis, you see we have low likelihood and high likelihood, and then the horizontal axis we have low impact and high impact. And so what the Large Load Task Force did was to place those, sorry, slow down. This is I said I wasn't going to get a warning this time, but last year I got a warning like twice for talking too fast, so I'm going to slow it down. My apologies. Thank you. All right, so vertical axis, you have the low likelihood and the high likelihood. Horizontal axis, you have the low impact and you have the high impact. Those risks from the white paper were categorized within those quadrants. And so this is also helping us to recommend next steps for mitigations, basically looking at those high impact, high likelihood risks to maybe take care of those first and then move on to the ones with low impact, low likelihood. And so what we realize, not all risks can be mitigated by current registered entities, and necessary entity qualities are contemplated. What does that mean? So, as we move into the potential recommendations for white paper 2, once you read through white paper 2, there were 11 potential recommendations regarding registration and mitigation for large loads. Those include registration, addressing model practices, assessing security gaps, identifying gaps in requirements, and a standard authorization request. And a standards authorization request is pretty much how we initiate a standards project for a revision of the standards. Also within this white paper, you'll see recommendations for work done through working groups, as well as coordination through industry as well. Third work product from the Large Load Task Force is the reliability guideline. And as I stated, it's out for comment until December the 19th. And the reliability guideline covers data collection, interconnection processes, long-term transmission planning, resource adequacy, cybersecurity, and normal and emergency operations. And so this reliability guideline, when you think of We've talked about the compliance monitoring process, but there's also a risk report that NERC produces every 2 years that identifies certain risk profiles and what are the emerging risks. Now, when we take this risk report and look at those risk profiles, we have a risk framework that we work those risks through. And once we work those risks through, there's certain things in our NERC toolbox that we can use as mitigations. One of those things are revisions to standards. Another one of those things is the reliability guideline. So we are using this reliability guideline to help you to explain what activities or best practices industry should be conducting right now, as well as what standards are being affected by the enablement of large loads interconnecting to the grid. Another thing that's in our toolbox is a NERC alert. And if you're not aware, NERC issued a large load level 2 alert on September the 9th. And this large load alert gives guidance on ensuring reliable integration of large loads. It also aligned with the Large Load Task Force white paper and the Large Load Action Plan, that's the LLAP. And also, one of the big purposes for this alert is to collect data and analyze conditions. One of the things that I talked about for the recommendations that were listed in the white paper is registration of large loads. And so all of this information, what you will see here, is going to feed into our exploration of registration for large loads. And so the white paper 2, I didn't include it here because that was just the identification, but as we move into white paper 2, what you will also see in white paper 2 is a list of standards that are called out within that paper, as well as what gaps are associated that need to be filled with those reliability standards. And it all centers around those gaps that were identified as far as interconnection, data sharing, things of that nature. And if you are familiar with the Order 901 work that NERC is doing with the IBRs, we talked a lot about wind and solar. It's kind of a parallel path to that, but these are so special. The way they can come on, they can ramp up, they can drop off, that we're, there's certain things that we're looking at a little bit more in depth than we did with IBR. So that concludes my presentation about how we are looking to integrate large loads. I'll open it up for questions now, if there are any.
Are there any questions in the room? No, I don't know which one. Je savais pas qui est la première.
I don't know who's first.
Hi, quick question. So you talked about the NERC alert and how it was applicable for every, for different entities. I was wondering if, as you said previously, we have stable systems that are implemented that are considered large loads in terms of how much they use, but they are stable and have been used for a long time. So about the NERC alert, are you looking more at the systems that are prone or potential for expansion and more similar to what was implemented in the US, crypto,
Yes.
like data centers?
Yes, you are on the right path. So it's
Okay.
more of the cryptocurrency, the data centers used for AI, and just all the data crunching that we do every day. That level 2 alert is focused more on that. And it's an extensive alert, and we've heard that from industry, but we are trying to gather as much data as we can, because internally we have already started working on what would the potential functions be called that we would register, and what would that registration criteria look like. And so that alert, that information is not due until January the 28th, but it's going to be really important to how we look at the registration piece of that.
Okay, so basically the specifications should be focused on those centers, even though we're not even close to what was the extent of it of what was done in the US. It's
Yes.
more toward, okay.
Yes, it will be. And understand too that The large loads that already exist on the system, they're pretty much covered by existing standards that we have. Like, we can get the modeling data, we understand how they operate, we're able to forecast through transmission planning and things of that nature. But with large loads, we're seeing some different characteristics that we're trying to understand and mitigate.
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure.
Actually, my question was in the same vein, so that the computational loads, what are the characteristics that we're looking at that are different from the industrial loads? Because I've just got in mind, for example, I did a reliability analysis event on, we have large industrial loads that are 1,000 megawatts.
Mm-hmm.
Well, obviously, if this load does not have coordinated system protections, does not do maintenance on some of their facilities, these have major impacts, yet they are not subject to any reliability standards with these regards.
Right, I think you just answered your question.
But those
talking, and so, yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
So what I mean is that those don't seem to have been looked at, whereas now we're interested in, because the ones I looked at were industrial load, and they,
Right.
even so, they did cause reliability issues that weren't addressed. And so I'm just sort of wondering why the computational loads have this, why is there this sudden interest in that type of load rather? I think you mentioned it on it a little bit, that they seem to have different ramp ups or fall off. Maybe they're more variable.
Yeah, and I think you, like, when the long-term reliability assessment comes out that NERC publishes every year, you'll see this exponential growth in data centers and large load as far as the megawatt number is concerned. Like, you'll see it all the way out to like 2030, 2035. And so I think that, based with the risk report and two of the incidents that we've seen, because what we're seeing is with data center load, it can come offline and use backup power just like that. And if we don't understand, what that demand is, if we don't have the modeling, if we don't understand just basically what equipment they have, how do we design our protection schemes to protect the grid and to operate the grid reliably and securely? And so I think that's the main goal here, is we're, like, with IBRs, we didn't have all the information. It's a task, but FERC issued that order, and so we need the information. When we talk about Mod 32, like, we need the data in order to model these things, to understand what's on the system, in order for operators to be able to operate the system, in order for us to create our planning assessments.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
D'autres questions dans la salle?
Are there questions in the room?
Okay.
I'm still in the room. I'm still in the room. Okay, so you already have a set of reliability standards that might be applicable to these large loads. Could one of the outcomes of the large load task force be new reliability standards around large loads forecasting to address this growing risk?
Yes, and I touched on that a bit. And the white paper too talks about short-term demand forecasting and long-term demand forecasting. And what you'll see in that, there are some standards, particularly for the short-term, TOP, transmission operating standards, TOP1 and TOP2, that they've identified gaps that would need to be closed in order to address the forecasting of large loads. So whether it's a new reliability standard or a revised reliability standard, there will be information in there to cover those forecasting gaps.
Okay, and with regards to registration, because with the IVRs, we know it's a GO category 2, GOP category 2. So if that's the case, what functional entities might be the most impacted in this scenario? And if, following the registration process, will NERC create new categories?
Right. Yes and yes. And I hate going back to the white paper and the reliability guideline, but it's such good information, and the task force works so hard on these. But when you read the white paper, it will tell you what audience, what functions are looked at and need to be engage within this white paper and the large load mitigation. And that goes from like transmission planners to transmission operators, distribution providers, balancing authorities, the list goes on. I think it was maybe like 9 functional entities. And what I also stated in the presentation is when we look at large loads, there may have to be, I'm not saying that there will be, but there may have to be a new functional entity created that will have a NERC glossary definition. And it could be something as simple as I said, a large load owner. And that definition will be fleshed out, but it would have to go through the standards process as well in order to be included in the NERC glossary, and rules of procedures would have to be updated too.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. A lot of information on the NERC website, I have to admit.
Yes, and it's new. It's new. Yes. The NERC website is new, so go check it out.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No more questions. Thank you.
Excellent. Un grand merci à Latrice pour cette présentation très éclairante et d'actualité. Nous allons maintenant prendre une dernière pause. Voici une dernière chance de faire le plein de café, si ce n'est pas trop tard pour vous, ou de collation.
We'll now have a last break, and let's be back here at 3:50. Thank you so much.
Nous allons recommencer.
We're going to start again.
OK. Nous sommes de retour.
We're back, and we're going to start with the before last presentation. Today, I have the pleasure to present Veronica Dasher, Director of Stakeholder Engagement, EISAC. She's going to tell us, talk to us about this topic from incident to insight, how information sharing promotes collective grid security.
Bonjour.
Hello, my name is Veronica Dasher. I'm Director of Engagement for Stakeholder Engagement at the Information Stakeholder Analysis Center.
So as I stated, my name is Veronica Dasher. I am the Director of Stakeholder Engagement for the Electricity Information Sharing and Analysis Center, or EISAC for short. We are a division of NERC, but we are divisionally separate from their compliance monitoring and enforcement program. A bit about the EISAC. Our vision is to be a world-class trusted source for quality analysis and rapid sharing of security information for the electricity industry. We reduce cyber and physical security risk to the electricity industry across North America by providing unique insights, leadership, and collaboration. Our collaboration practices with partners like everyone in this room strengthens trust and improves situational awareness to promote grid security. Canadian utilities and government agencies are part of the EISAC's base of over 1,900 member and partner organizations. We also have over 9,000 users on our portal that are able to receive secure information and insights from our teams on a daily basis. The larger our community grows, the better we become in strengthening the security of the grid. And as mentioned, the EISAC is a division of NERC, but we are organizationally isolated from compliance monitoring and enforcement activities. The EISAC delivers value to our stakeholders in 3 main ways: information sharing, in-depth analysis, and engagement. We serve as the central hub for information exchange between the electricity industry, government, and key partners to enhance situational awareness and threat mitigation across the energy sector. Being that trusted resource of threat information enables us to provide timely, relevant, and actionable insights to North American asset owners and operators, augmenting their security posture. Our team transforms data into strategic insights, which helps our community understand and respond to evolving cyber and physical security threats. We work to cultivate strong relationships and deliver meaningful experiences that connect industry stakeholders to opportunities that help them fortify grid security. This includes facilitating collaboration through events, briefings, workshops, and strengthening collective resilience through consistent communication. So how do we do that? Well, we rely on voluntary information sharing, which again is why we are divisionally separate within NERC's ecosystem. It's important to share information with us because it helps us to help industry understand emerging threats, vulnerability risks to industry, trends and patterns, and mitigation strategies for protecting the grid. Our members contact us for several reasons. For example, they may report cyber and physical security incidents, indicators of compromise. They may call us for requests for information or just general questions related to security of the grid. Most of that sharing is done directly with our 24/7 Watch Operations Center via email, phone, and the EISAC portal. Portal posts are usually intended for a broader audience, so if one of our members logs in and they create a portal post, it usually is shared with our other members. An example of common shares we receive are indicators related to phishing activity. Once received, our Watch Operations team conducts high-level analysis on the reported indicators and will reach back out with any follow-up questions. We apply analytics to identify any anomalous behaviors in our internal systems before passing that share along to our cyber threat intelligence team for deeper analysis. Beyond, to promote voluntary information sharing, and I did reference this earlier, we do adhere to a strict code of conduct that maintains that information shared within the EISAC stays within the EISAC, and it will not be shared with NERC or anyone with a compliance monitoring and enforcement role. Beyond the code of conduct, we also follow the concept of originator control, which means that the person or entity sharing information controls both the level of attribution and distribution. So when members post to our portal, they get to decide whether they include a name or the organization's name, or whether to make that post 100% anonymous. They also control who that information is shared with. All items posted to our secure portal are by default shared with EISAC staff as well as other asset owner operator utilities. Beyond that, the poster chooses where that information goes. The goal here is to encourage information sharing and risk reduction to the industry while protecting the confidentiality and distribution of information to the maximum degree. In addition to directly communicating with asset owners and operators, the EISAC uses information that is shared from our community members to deliver timely, actionable, and relevant material on emerging cyber and physical security threats or significant events that may impact the bulk power system. These insights are packaged into information products and they are shared on the EISAC Secure portal, a few of which are highlighted on this slide. I have been flagged. I will slow down. Weekly roll-ups, member and partner shares highlighting sector-relevant incidents and events, threat activity on ransomware, leak sites and cybercrime forums, social media platforms, and vulnerability summaries are usually included in our weekly roll-ups. We also distribute information products on an as-needed basis, such as critical vulnerability reports, geopolitical analysis, and the adversarial use of artificial intelligence. We conduct incident response through products such as all points bulletins and critical broadcast plans, and we tailor our threat information and analysis to meet the unique needs of specific member groups, such as small and medium utilities. All right. Our security operations and intelligence teams deliver analysis to help members identify emerging threats, understand risks and impacts, and make informed decisions to strengthen their security posture and operational resilience using a variety of techniques. Our teams leverage open source and closed sourced intelligence as well as dark web analysis to provide critical security information in the form of what are called direct shares to inform members and partners of data breaches, leaks, cyber and physical security threats, and recommendations to mitigate these threats. We conduct cyber threat hunts to provide cyber adversary tactics, techniques, and procedures, also known as TTPs, aimed at detecting malicious activity or anomalies within member environments. We analyze physical security incidents in real time shared by members across North America, deriving risk intelligence, threat forecasts, and emerging tactics and trends, including those resulting in operational impacts to the grid. We also conduct analysis of physical and cyber-threatening discourse in the online environment where threat actors may conduct malicious acts against the grid. And we also partner with the U.S. Department of Energy on the Cybersecurity Risk Information and Sharing Program, which leverages advanced technology and industry expertise to provide its participants with near real-time delivery of relevant and actionable threat information about their IT networks. Earlier in the presentation, I mentioned that we also host a number of events for our members and partners. Every 2 years, we host something called GridX, which is North America's largest grid security exercise. This is an opportunity for EISAC member and partner organizations to practice how they would respond and recover from a coordinated cyber and physical security attack. The most recent GridX was held on November 18th and 19th of this year, so just a few weeks ago. There were a total of 39 Canadian organizations registered for the exercise, which is up 30% from our exercise in 2023, GridX 7. I'm surprised I didn't get flagged on this one because GridX gets me really, really excited and I talk a little fast. The EISAC releases a public report after every GridX, and these reports contain lessons learned and recommendations from the exercise to help improve the security of the North American grid. So we are actually working on the after action report right now as we speak, and something that's not on the slide, but we have what's called an executive tabletop exercise the day after GridX concludes. It's an in-person exercise where we bring in executives from the US and Canada, US government, Canadian government. And so we were really pleased to have representation from the Canadian Cyber Center and Electricity Canada in person in Washington, D.C. this year. And it was really fruitful and helped to augment the exercise. We also host an annual grid security conference every year, GridSecCon. It is the premier security conference for the North American electric industry. It is co-hosted annually by NERC, the EISAC, and a regional partner. This year, that regional partner was WEC. A couple of years ago, it was NPCC, and we held GridSecCon in Quebec City, which I hear was a great time. This event brings together industry leaders, security professionals, and government partners to address emerging cyber and physical threats to the bulk power system. Through keynote addresses, technical trainings, briefings, and collaborative breakout sessions, GridSecCon fosters information sharing, operational readiness, and trusted partnerships that strengthen grid resilience. This year's conference was held in October at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas. We had 36 breakout sessions that cover the evolving threat landscape, effective threat mitigation programs, and best practices. And I would say that one of the standout moments of the conference was our plenary panel moderated by Michael Powell of Electricity Canada. Participants discussed how U.S. and Canada cross-border electricity trade helps to ensure a reliable and resilient North American grid. Panelists included Howard Google, who's Senior Vice President of Regulatory Oversight for NERC, Edward Wren, President and CEO of BHE Canada, and Maxine Leboeuf, Foreign Service Officer at the Embassy of Canada. Key discussion themes included evolving risk profiles, climate-related disruptions, infrastructure changes, and market and policy considerations. The EISAC also hosted our first ever U.S. and Canadian government networking reception at GridSecCon, bringing together partners from a variety of agencies who we work with closely to enhance relationships and collaboration. We also have a number of information sharing partnerships, such as our bulk data sharing program. Bulk data partners share physical security incident logs en masse with the EISAC on a weekly or monthly basis, depending on what works best for the organization. We do have one Canadian member that is enrolled in that program. The information member share, of course, is completely voluntary, and it offers tailored risk assessment, trend analysis, and industry benchmarking. One recent success story with one of our member organizations was an organization that provided their physical security log, and we were able to analyze that information and provide them with forecasts that helped to save them millions of dollars. So we really work to provide the most value that we can to our member and partner organizations with the information that we provide. We also have an automated information sharing platform that provides indicators of compromise automatically with context compiled from multiple sources. This platform is called Essex, and it is free for EISAC members and partners to subscribe to. And then we also partner quite a bit with our partners in Canadian government. We meet regularly with Canadian government partners to share information and enhance collaboration. In 2025, the EISAC participated in a variety of events hosted by our Canadian government partners. And this is a list of various organizations and entities that we partner with on a regular basis. You'll see here we actually have a vendor affiliate program where we work with organizations in the security space to provide thought leadership to our members and partners. There's no selling, but we do work very closely to provide benefits to our members through these organizations and also to provide them with an appropriate level of information to enhance their security products. We also partner very closely with the U.S. and Canadian governments, other information sharing and analysis centers, including a couple of international ISACs, and we work really closely with trade associations in North America as well. This is, a testimonial from one of our Canadian members, and we're constantly striving for continuous improvement. So we welcome your feedback on how we can provide further value to our Canadian members and partners. And last but certainly not least, individuals who are qualified for EISAC membership can reach out to us by going onto our website at www.eisac.com and selecting join, and then there will be a form there to fill out which gets vetted by our member services team. You can also contact us at memberservices@eisac.com. What questions do you have?
Thank you. Question dans la salle.
Are there any questions in the room?
None on the Zoom, but I still have one. Okay, short.
Okay.
I know it's late.
All right.
I'm, let's say, John Smith, a young man with a hoodie, and I create a fake address. The question is, what kind of measures are in place to make sure that the request access as a portal user is legitimate and does not come from an individual or entity with malicious intents? What are the main criteria used to allow such access?
That is a great question. So first and foremost, we have a member vetting team. And in order for an individual to be on our portal, their organization has to be vetted first. So every organization on our portal goes through a rigorous process where we do research. We may work with our intelligence teams, others within the organization to verify and confirm that it is a legitimate organization. And then once that organization has gone through that vetting process, we select someone who is called a designated approving official from that organization. So we make positive contact with them. They are in charge of confirming whether or not additional people should be added to the portal. We do some open source research, and we also have contracted with an organization to help with vetting individuals and organizations so that we can see their complete value chain and confirm that people are who they say they are and that the organizations themselves are legitimate. And then we also bring in a lot of registered entities as well. So we use, although we are isolated from NERC to a certain extent, we can receive information from them. So we may look at their system to verify if an organization is a registered entity or not. That's just one of the many sources of information that we use.
Good, so no chances I cannot transform myself in a hacker.
Oh.
Good. That's it. So at that, thank you very much. Thank you.
Excellent. Donc un grand merci à Veronica pour cette
So thank you very much to Veronica for their very relevant presentation. We'll move to the next presentation to give you an overlook of pecuniary sanctions. So let me introduce myself, Christian Cruz Sanchez, a specialist in economic regulations, working with the Régie since February 2022 as an economic regulation specialist. Okay, thank you for staying up to the end of the seminar, so you deserve a badge. Now, we'll go ahead with the current initiatives and an overlook of previous initiatives. Now, all of what I'll be talking derives from Section 85.11 of our standards. Now, it is about reliability, offering activities to the targeted entities as defined in a policy. The three axes are the following: continuous training, research and innovation, and organization of events and exchange forums. We will talk about the two first pillars, actually. The support program for collaborative research project, translation and reference document, video clips, and finally the scholarship program. And then we will take a look at the visit of our dedicated page before I let you go. As you well know, the current seminar is a flagship event of the board in terms of reliability of electricity transmission. It is a yearly event that started online in 2021, ending with the hybrid type of meeting. So we build together our meetings with the NPCC and NERC and Hydro-Quebec, of course, and it gives us the opportunity to take a look at very relevant presentation. It is too early to talk about the participation rate, but of course it is in that realm the most popular one to date. So the 4 minutes are always a topic of discussion. You will be receiving a survey, so do not hesitate in filling it out, please. Next slide. Since 2022, the Régie has annual efforts with events. As an example, we offered to register two organizations of ECI last year, and we've also offered the NERC and a regional entity with a service of simultaneous interpretation to follow in French the different events. So now I will tell you that as of March 2026, there are going to be two training opportunities. So stay abreast. I insist on the fact that the choice of training derive from the survey. So please fill up your surveys and send them to us. Now, a lot of you ask out of us to provide translation of reference documents. Not all are available in English, so we've put forth a new initiative to select and translate relevant document to be used within the framework of reliability. Now, today the documents come from NERC and also from the PCC, and we thank them to offer those translations and documents. Now, take a look at the entities. Well, you will find two translated documents, one on the statement of non-compliance and also another document. So to conclude our overlook on the continuous training of targeted entities, we have the video clips, a video tutorial of the operational processes of the mandatory regime, three clips in production following the redesign of the website and the SSCQ, sorry. For example, how to prepare for a compliance audit and how does the audit take place. So take a look at this, and I invite you to view those video clips, and we will be discussing them later on. Now, we have the support program for collaborative research process that is offers now. The first program on reliability was put forth in 2023 as the program Innovate by creating innovation by links that are created between industrial partners and research establishments. So there was a renewal of the program was launched as of last summer. We are still receiving demands from my people, and we do realize that it is of importance to you. Now, we have also announced a scholarship program in collaboration with the research, the Quebec Research Fund. That is, and anything linked with reliability of electricity transmission at mastery level. Since the creation of the program, we are proud of giving scholarship to 6 winners, students, that is, since 2023. So this is all about innovation and the committee's activities up to date. As promised, now this is the link to send you out to the website. On the top of the Régie website, so targeted entity and use of the amounts coming from pecuniary sanctions, and then there's the hyperlink, research and innovation. Under continuous training, you have separate initiatives, the material of the previous seminars and the video clips, as well as the programs that receive grants. So this seminars actually is recorded, and you'll get the link for that. So before you leave, I do encourage you to consult the entities covered reliability standards to find all of there is linking you to the Régie de l'énergie website. So please subscribe and you will get updates and links of the current seminar. This concludes my presentation and the seminar as a whole. Now I'd like to thank all of my colleagues from the Régie, our partners of the NPCC, NERG, the ISAC, and our partners from digital security and cybersecurity, and all of the organizers. We're going to forward you a survey soon, and please answer because it's in the advantage of everyone. Do you have any questions? Thank you.
Bon, un grand merci. Je vous souhaite un excellent temps des fêtes.
Thank you very much. Happy Christmas holidays and see you next year. Thank you.